Hello, this is the commentator. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Then we'll try. Okay. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. UK Pro League from Loughborough. 1 2 3 4 5. UK Pro League, Loughborough, Dan Marskell Tennis Centre. Okay, commentator 2 coming next. This is commentator 2. Hopefully that's working. UK Pro League, players on court. Next up, Christie versus Maloney. Group stages, week 4, court 1, UK Pro League, testing. Okay.
Hello and welcome back to the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre at Loughborough University for day 5 of 5 of group stage action. And it's a huge match on court 1 for Freya Christie and Elise Maloney, who is at the top of box A on 10 points. Christie having had a couple of marathon battles in her recent 2 matches. Hoping to be full of energy for this one. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this. The first match of 6 lined up today on court 1 for this final day of group stage action. Some semi-final spots have been booked. Emily Appleton, the winner of box B, ready to face the runner-up in this box A. But still much to be decided. Here's Freya Christie, 23 years old and the highest ranked woman in the draw. And as we say, she's had a couple of tough ones, warrior that she is. Both sets against Katerina Stresnikova 2 days ago lasted longer than an hour each. And then the opener against Alice Gillen yesterday, 1 hour and 38 minutes. Christie had set points, but Gillen coming across the line in straight sets, taking the 3 points. So Christie will be after nothing other than a straight sets win here and the 3 points that come with it to keep her semi-final hopes alive. And here's Elise Maloney, the week 3 winner, who has been getting her win streak extended here at week 4 of the UK Pro League. She had an easier progress in comparison to Christie yesterday when, unfortunately, Giselle Fernandez was forced to pull out feeling faint and dizzy at 5-2 down in their opening set. But Maloney had asserted herself from the offset, got right into every return game, and was definitely on the ascendancy in that match, leading the way in box A with 10 points to her name. But her semi-final spot isn't quite sealed, so she'll be going all out to nail it down in this match. And box A distinctly closer throughout than box B. Behind Maloney on 10 points, we have both Katerina Stresnikova and Catherine Bonds on 6. Alice Gillen just a step out in front on 7. Freya Christie just a step behind on 5. So it is very tightly contested. And we're just going to have to wait and see who can book their spot in that final 4. Whatever happens, obviously every single point is still of utmost importance, because each player will be facing off to see where they place to finish the week, and the prize money and the series ranking points that could help qualify them for the final league week at the back end of the year all hinge on that. So there's always so much on offer at the UK Pro League. 3 points for a straight sets victory, 2 points for a win 2 sets to 1, and still a point if you can grab a set on the way to a defeat. So yesterday's loss would have stung for Christie, so close to picking up that set, that opening set, and getting the point on the board. And who knows if it would have given her momentum going into the second set. But for a 23-year-old, she's had a lengthy career. She's been out on the circuit for a while. She's seen highs and lows, and she's learned to take those things in her stride. So her big hope out here will be that she is fresh and ready for what could well be another grueling encounter with Elise Maloney. This will be their 4th meeting, and they've had multiple clashes here at the UK Pro League.
I was just going to ask Freya to do that.
Alwyn in the chair for this one.
There's one there.
And Joe Dury back courtside for Elise Maloney, one of the head coaches at the JET Academy. Freya Christie with her mum Carol courtside, works for the NHS. A busy last 12 months. Less busy for the players. It's great that they have these events in the UK to be able to keep their form rolling while international travel is still so difficult. And both players here have been making the most of it. 4 of 4 weeks competed, and both looking to try and book their spot in the semis.
Elise Maloney to serve. First set, play. Long, yes. 15.
An early reminder that players are calling their own lines here at the UK Pro League. No lines judges due to the pandemic, but the chair umpire can overrule. Freya was back out on court prior to this match, practicing with Alice Gillen after their titanic tussle yesterday, lasting 2 hours, 30 minutes in total. Lengthy exchanges. And as much as Christie would have liked to avoid a marathon, in that respect, it might actually be good preparation for this match, because Maloney thrives on outlasting her opponents, on making them play the extra balls. Quickly up the court, Christie, when she saw the length on her forehand. That wing, her strongest off the ground, has a big serve as well that she will hope to utilize out here. Brilliant timing on the backhand from Christie. And that's Maloney's more aggressive wing, and the timing and the placement that Christie got on that will give her a boost early on.
Advantage, Maloney.
Oh, she absolutely nails it. Well, with a lot of match play, tiredness might come, but also pinpoint accuracy like that. Christie fires a warning shot.
Advantage, Maloney.
And the longer this opening game extends, the more important it becomes. And you feel today these games could be particularly important for Christie, given that she's engaged in so many tough battles recently and not come out on the right end of them. And she will get a breakpoint chance here.
Advantage, Christie.
Maloney just pushing it.
Net for service. Game, Christie.
Well, it is the early breakthrough for Freya Christie. She might heave a sigh of relief at that, as Elise Maloney, we know the tough competitor that she is. And despite going down an early break, she won't be put off. Knows that there is a long, long way to go in this one. And Christie has experienced multiple times here in Loughborough just how dangerous Maloney can be. She did win that opening match back in March, 6-2, 6-1, but it's been a little bit of a battle ever since. Maloney getting a big win over Christie in their next meeting, 6-4, 3-6, 10-5. That was her first big win, really, of the UK Pro League. And then it was more comprehensive during week 3 of competition, 7-5, 6-2. Although that opening set in their most recent meeting lasting over an hour in that semi-final.
Net for service. Fault. I saw it long. Are you fault? Love.
She's a big baseline hitter, Christie, but you will see her pull that backhand slice out from time to time. And maybe particularly against Maloney, trying to get the rallying rhythm away from her. No opportunity to counterpunch.
Wait, Freya. Dirty love. Love.
Well, after a mammoth opening game, Maloney would have been looking to dig straight back in here. But Christie's serve having the say as she gets to 40 love.
40-15.
Well, one thing is for sure about Maloney, she doesn't really care about the scoreboard. She will go after every single point with the same intensity and the same commitment. It's not an Elise Maloney match if we don't mention that comeback against Beth Gray in the Week 2 semi-finals. A set and 5-1 down, Gray serving. She came back to win in a match tiebreak. Unreal fight.
Net for service. $40-30. Juice.
Well, when it's Elise Maloney on the other side of the court, you can't be too surprised when a gaping deficit like that is erased. Suddenly she has the chance to get right back on serve. And Christie does have to be careful early on here. Beginning of this game, she was managing to keep the points shorter, and there is certain danger if they extend. A lot of the longer duels started to go Gillen's way yesterday, including an incredible 47-shot rally. Here's breakback point for Maloney. Well, that's huge for Christie, able to get Maloney on the stretch once again. And how big would it be if she can get herself across the line in not just one, but two battles to open this match? And there is the consolidation, a little less easy than she would have liked. But Christie is starting to win these mini wars. Work to be done for 20-year-old Elise Maloney, who has been one of the most impressive players of the UK Pro League and one of the best progressors as well. It was an 8th place finish in week 1, but she took a giant leap with her week 2 runner-up finish, which provided a stepping stone on her way to winning week 3. Well, she will certainly take that, Maloney. The backhand is the aggressive shot, and that was flat as anything.
Love, I saw a space for you. Hun? No, no.
Hit and miss from Maloney early on. We did see that in her first match of the week against Amelia Bissett, where she was taken down the wire to a match tiebreak. One of 2 match tiebreaks she's played this week. And Christie just starting to pull it back with these longer exchanges from the baseline. Scoreboard in her favour. That will add a little bit of extra pressure to Maloney now. Another half chance here. Rifled through that second serve return, Christie, to get straight into the rally. And we've been on court long enough to have played several games, but it's Christie with the break point for 3-love.
Advantage, Maloney.
Well, we have seen some close calls out here on court 1 over the past few days. That one just missing the baseline.
Game Maloney.
Huge hold for Elise Maloney, gets herself on the board in this clash. And already 22 minutes on the clock. Had a feeling that this match might play out along these lines. Fasten your seatbelts, we could be here a while. So now my maths is cleaned up. Elise Maloney actually guaranteed to go through to tomorrow's semi-finals. Only Alice Gillen can level up with her in box A if she gets a straight sets win over on court 2. But Maloney would beat Gillen on the head-to-head, having won that match against her in a match tiebreak 3-6, 6-1, 10-5. So Maloney guaranteed to go through in first place, which means that she avoids Emily Appleton in the semis. And despite 2 wins over Appleton during week 3 of competition, she definitely wouldn't be into the idea of facing her ahead of the final. So that might be a relief somewhat. But Freya Christie still dueling for the chance to go up against Appleton in those semis. And she was the only player to take a set off Appleton during week 1 of competition, and that was in the last 4.
Love 15.
There is some complicated maths in this box A though. Alice Gillen also first on today. Over on court 2 against Catherine Barnes. That is a big clash. That's a good response after the double fault from Christie. Committing to the forward movement and not being put off by Maloney's positioning at the back of the court on the overhead. The maths does get very complicated because there is potential for all of Catherine Barnes, Alice Gillen, Freya Christie and Katerina Stresnikova to finish up on 8 points. So to simplify it, Christie really does need a straight sets victory here to give herself a real shot at qualifying for those semi-finals. Well, she will definitely take that 15-30 down. It's starting to look a little bit tight. Maloney has to take a deep breath and move on from that. An opportunity at 15-30. This is tiring just to watch.
30-40.
It must be even more taxing to be playing it. And it's showing slightly in that final forehand from Christie. I think Elise might have broken a string there, but she was able to see herself through and get this break back point. Showing just how crucial it was to come through that previous game when she was on the brink of going a double break down. And that's brave stuff from Christie. Under pressure, has to go for that shot when she has the ball on her forehand side. Flattened that. Oh, she was there, she was ready. That backhand in the forecourt does not often miss from Maloney, but credit to Christie. Staying back, getting in her eye line. Gets the game point.
Game, Christie. 50 lead.
4 games.
3 games to 1.
4 lots of juices for those games. 4 times a break point in the game. And Freya Christie does get across the line in that one. 3-1 she leads. And that is great mentality and composure from her. Maloney needs to put the frustration aside.
I'm not certain whether it's there. Love. Love.
Well, she's done a great job on the scramble, Christie, but that backhand slice has a low trajectory. Risky shot. Getting inside that baseline a fair bit in recent points. And it just rushes Maloney somewhat, closes the space. And even with her quickness of footwork, it makes life a lot more difficult.
15.
Absolute shocker.
Hey, Maloney.
A game that hasn't featured break point.
Christie leads by 3 games to 2.
That's a great response from Maloney to a couple of big disappointments out here. Gets the most comprehensive hold of the match so far on the board. Has had the stronger UK Pro League results of these two, Maloney, but has the lower ranking by a few hundred spots. Hasn't been able to get out to compete internationally as much as she would like to. And her career high ranking is outside the top 1,000. In contrast, Freya Christie achieved a career high of 286 in October 2016, and has even been inside the top 200 in doubles, so there is a sharp experience contrast. And Maloney just proving the quality that is present further down the rankings and doesn't always, or rarely, gets the platform and the spotlight that it deserves. The UK Pro League seeking to shine a light on this kind of talent.
Love 15.
Well, she will take some confidence from how she was able to wrap up that previous service game, Maloney. And despite not always getting across the line, she'll know how close she's been continuously on this return.
No.
Yeah, emphatic.
30, 15.
Exactly the kind of thing that Freya Christie needs on serve. And those overheads can be pretty tricky here at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre with the lights above. Hasn't flinched so far. And the quick depth of shot, just catching Maloney out there. It's unusual for her to falter on the back foot so early, but Christie is throwing down the hammer. Oh, what a rally and what a finish
40-30.
from Elise Maloney. That ball barely bouncing as it flew off her racket. She exhibited brilliant anticipation at the beginning of the exchange to get back into it. Point of the match. How does Freya Christie respond to that?
Game, Christie. Christie
Well,
leads
you were
34
very much
games
ready
to
for Elise Maloney to pull that right back, because that's what she does so often. But credit to Christie, turning the tables on her opponent, making Maloney play those extra balls. And the forehand slice just long, so Christie maintaining this two-game advantage has won herself the opportunity to dig in again.
Net for service. Love. No.
Well, Christie completely catching Maloney out with the height on the ball there. Forced into a really uncomfortable swing volley that was going to be tough to drive. So under some more scoreboard pressure. And she makes a point of running round for that backhand. The inside-out winner making a statement. She really would love the insurance break, Christie. She was 5-4 up and serving on Alice Gillen yesterday. Lost that set 7-5. So much tightness when the time comes to serve the match out. It's understandable.
Game Maloney. Christie leads by 4-3.
Gets the longer rally back in her grip, and Elise Maloney displaying her fighting skills to get across the line in that game. 2-4, 15-30 looked precarious, but she went after her shots on the backhand side and stays in touch. So Christie with her mum courtside. It's thanks to her mum that she came to the sport in the first place. Was dropped off at Nottingham Tennis Centre for a kids session while her mum went on her way to the gym, and it absolutely rocketed off from there for Christie. Has had a successful career from her teens. And Elise Maloney, her parents are originally from Cyprus, and they used to take her out with them, and she would see people playing tennis across the street and would just watch them doing it, felt drawn to it, wanted to join in. So she asked her parents if they would take her. She went the one time and never looked back, absolutely loved it, and here she is, week 3 winner at the UK Pro League, and looking to push for another final appearance. Freya Christie still fighting to book her spot in the semis, and she knows that this set is essential. Looking to keep her nose out in front.
Love 15. Love 30.
Slices that forehand so effectively, Maloney. Deep to Christie's feet there. She had to generate all the pace, and Maloney had time to adjust on the back foot. Knows that this game is important to stop Christie coming a game away from sealing the set. And she's made an emphatic start. Well, she has triple chance, all the weight on the shoulders of Christie now. Has to be pinpoint accurate with the first serve placement.
Maloney.
And she only needs the first frustration for Christie, who had kept that break advantage impressively with the 4-2 hold to 30. But Maloney just doesn't go away. She hasn't let herself get disappointed by the fact that she's been missing final shots in the longer rallies. She's pulled it back. And now it is Maloney with the chance to hold serve and come a game away from this opening set.
Love 15.
Has to use that, Christie. It's the key opening point of the return game. And even though she didn't have to strike a ball, it's an opportunity she needs to seize hold of.
Love 30.
It's been very difficult for either player to seize momentum or a rhythm in this match, such as the back and forth nature of the games.
No, it's not.
And Christie hitting so cleanly, but Maloney able to time the ball to perfection time after time. And we haven't seen the backhand slice so often from Christie in recent games. And right on cue, changed it up brilliantly with the short forehand slice on the return. Christie getting on top of the rally. As a result, Maloney was forced to dig low. Tough for her at the back end. Christie just clipping the net cord. But it does bring her up a break point opportunity, which could well be key. It's a frustrating game. Landed that penultimate shot right on the baseline. Slim margins, fine lines between maintaining that depth of shot and pushing long. Another absolute marathon. And it is Elise Maloney who comes out on top. Credit to Christie there. Did slice the ball, did try and change it up. But every time she went up the line, Maloney was ready and waiting. The length of some of these rallies is just ridiculous, and that is so key for Christie to be able to come out on the right end of that one. The kind of duel that Elise Maloney has started to have the upper hand in. And how weary must Freya Christie be feeling now? 3 of her last 4 sets have extended the hour mark. And this one looks set to do the same. 57 minutes on the clock.
Advantage, Maloney. No, it was in. Yeah, it was in. It was in.
Very fair with the line call. And brilliant timing on the 1-2 setup for the finish. Christie on the sprint in the other direction. Maloney took the cross-court forehand so early. Well, you would usually say that whoever comes out on top of this game with the sheer magnitude of it, would have serious momentum heading into the next one, but such has been the tug of war out here that you can't really say that. Just hit the 1 hour mark. Committing to that shorter angle, Maloney, even after Christie came up with a brilliant slice backhand to get herself back in the rally earlier. Both players out here know all about the fight. But mentally, this might be a bigger game for Christie. She knows that those lengthy sets recently haven't gone her way.
Maloney. Maloney leads.
Freya Christie served for 5-3. She had break point for 5-4, but it is Elise Maloney who holds on to come a game away from the set, and you can understand the frustration for Christie there. She's been an absolute fighter out here this week. And when you think about all the tennis she's played recently as well here at UK Pro League, the legs must feel like lead. To even engage in these marathon duels is impressive. But she has a huge game upcoming, serving to stay in what is a crucial set for her if she wants to qualify for the semi-finals. If Alice Gillen were to pick up a single point today, they would be level on the head-to-head. And Christie knows all about fighting to hold her own. The youngest of 4 siblings, 3 older brothers, who she's had to try and keep up with. She is going to need all her fighting abilities right now, serving to stay in the set.
Love 15.
Well, she may or may not be aware, Freya Christie, but Alice Gillen has taken the opening set over on court 2. That takes her current total of points to 8. That means that Christie can catch her with a straight sets win, but Gillen would have the advantage, having won their match yesterday. So Christie's semi-final hopes out of contention, but she still wants to be playing off for as high a position as possible. Every point still counts, but Maloney has seemed to seize some momentum from that previous game. She knows that she just needs one more big push here to get across the line. And there was definite and understandable fatigue in that backhand from Christie.
15-30.
She had to go for it on the second serve. Would have been feeling so much pressure. Christie absolutely needs to take this one moment at a time, one shot at a time. Put every shred of energy into each serve. Oh, that was an insane angle from Christie. So short in the court. Maloney pulled out towards the curtain, laid the groundwork for the final shot. And in such a big moment as well. Credit to her. She has been living dangerously here, Christie. 3 second serves in a row. And so much pressure on that one. Here's Elise Maloney with set point on the return after 1 hour and 8 minutes. Nerves of steel. She responded so well to that, Christie, because the placement on that second serve, so precise, almost backfired on her, the way Maloney just slid the return over. Tough to deal with that so close to the net, but deal with it she did. Set point saved.
Net for service.
Oh, back behind.
Advantage, Christie.
Had the placement to do damage. Court 1 witnessing yet another exhausting clash. And Christie with the chance to keep this first set going. This is just brutal. Absolutely brutal. And Maloney energized, thoroughly engaged with every mini battle. That's a first serve percentage for Christie, down below 60%. In sharp contrast, Maloney's been serving at over 82% of first serves. And in the later stages of the set, it's been making a big difference. Pressure on here.
Advantage, Maloney.
And backhand after backhand from the Maloney racket, and when the forehand finally came, Christie didn't quite have the height to respond. Another chance to close it on the return. Well, you could tell from the clip of the net cord just how close that forehand was. Freya Christie having to go for absolute broke to stay alive here. Jo Dury looking to stay calm and composed for her player. She's seen Elise Maloney in many of these battles. But this one is quite something.
Advantage, Christie.
Unbelievable.
Game,
That is a
Christie.
monumental hold of serve for Freya Christie. Maloney can't believe that she missed that final shot. But some of these rallies are just mind-boggling. That was absolutely huge. Christie on the brink, knowing how cruel the back ends of these sets have been to her. Up against Elise Maloney, who is one of the toughest fighters of them all. And somehow found a way across the line in that game. She had to step it up, go for her shots that bit more in the final few points.
15 love.
And it has to be a quick reset for Maloney. Maybe try and capitalize on a drop-off that Christie's potentially feeling after the energy invested to get across the line in that particular service game. Well, she's making a point of going after those backhands, routinely running around to get them on the flatter side. And she gets the reward.
Love.
Has to be thinking, what more can she do here? Had Maloney stretched so far wide. And Maloney's counter-punching ability on full display there. Scrambling supreme. What a contrast. And what a response from Elise Maloney. The first love hold of the match on the back of missing set point opportunities on the return. That is something special. And it's salt into the wounds for Freya Christie, who after fighting an incredible fight to make it 5-all, is very quickly in the position of having to serve to stay in this set again. An update on the match time, 1 hour, 19 minutes. And still 19 minutes shy of that first set that Christie played yesterday. How her body is holding up, I do not know. Alice Gillen looking for the straight sets win over on court 2 against Catherine Barnes, who staged an amazing comeback in the first set yesterday against Katerina Stresnikova. Was 5-1 down and came back to win it 7-5. But it is Gillen just inches away from the finish line, 6-2, 5-3 up. That would secure her the second place in the group, meaning that she would face Emily Appleton in the semis. Christie once again serving to stay in this set.
Love. Love. 30-15.
Effective from Maloney, not just the depth of shot, but the placement of it up the center, pushing Christie right back, and she didn't have an angle. Will it be enough to get something going in this game? It is mere millimeters making the difference. And so tough for Christie because she knows she has to go for those big shots. Maloney is so quick around the court. Tight moment now. But that's more like it, getting that forward movement, capitalizing quickly behind a well-placed first serve. And she's a step away from the tiebreak. Nothing a given. Maloney calling that forehand long once again. Would not be wanting to make those calls myself. Christie having no option but to try and paint the lines.
Advantage, Christie.
Not just physically tough for Christie, but mentally tough as well. She knows that it was a 7-5 set for Gillen yesterday.
Advantage, Christie. Game, Christie.
Wow.
6 games all, tiebreak.
Tennis is a harsh sport. It's a cruel sport. It can be rewarding. It can be absolutely painful. One of these two warriors is going to have to lose this set, but it's only fair, given the absolute tug of war it's been, that it should be decided in a tiebreak. Freya Christie with another phenomenal effort to get across the line in her service game. And here we go, Maloney to kick things off.
Maloney. Maloney. Maloney.
Slid that second serve out wide. Maloney had to get down low. And with her first serve percentage still quite not where she'd like it, Christie, absolutely essential to nail those marks.
Maloney.
Maintaining the mini break advantage. So little breathing room in a tie break. Christie feeling that now more than ever.
Net for service.
Well, that is big league scrambling from Maloney. Have to feel for Freya Christie. She is putting in all the work and even changed it up at the end there, just trying to get Maloney off balance, out of position. Nothing worked.
Maloney.
Big serve, much needed. It was a key point to stay in touch for Christie heading into the change of ends. 5-1 would have been a mountain to climb. Over on court 2, Gillen has got it done. 6-2, 6-4 over Catherine Barnes, which means that she's temporarily level on points with Elise Maloney on 10. Maloney, even if she doesn't win a point here, would beat Gillen on head-to-head, meaning that Maloney goes through to the semi-finals in first place in box 8, and Gillen progresses in second. She will be taking on Emily Appleton tomorrow. And that's a rematch of the week 2 semi-finals. Runner-up in box B, still to be decided.
Maloney.
Battled so hard to get here, but Maloney has reasserted her authority in the longer exchanges.
Maloney.
And the court has to feel incredibly minimized for Christie. Wherever she puts the ball, Maloney seems to track it down. And that kind of consistency has got her to 4 set points.
Maloney.
4 minutes shy of the 1 hour 38-minute mark here. The time of Christie's opening set yesterday.
Maloney.
Fighting for her life. Christie relentless with the backhands. Elation and despair. This script is unreal. Elise Maloney was a breakdown at the beginning of this set. She had set points on the return at 5-4 that she missed. Freya Christie hung on for dear life. And once again, she's given nothing to show for it. So cruel. But Elise Maloney has the advantage. 7-6. 1 hour 37 minutes, just shy by a minute of the first set that Freya Christie played yesterday, and you have to feel for her. Ridiculously savage. But we knew that Maloney was going to fight for every single point, and that she was going to make this a fascinating duel. Well, what a start to the day. on court one. Still so much to come. You can see there the difference in the first serve percentages that we referred to. Maloney keeping that so high, which was crucial at the back end in terms of keeping herself out in front on the scoreboard. And Christie having to put a few too many second serves in play in that match tiebreak. But really, after a while, those serves get cancelled out because of the sheer length of the exchanges, and it was Maloney's greater consistency that was shown up in the tighter scoreboard format in the tiebreak. Little between them. But Maloney has had some experience in battles out here, and it's tough mentally for Christie. Ever the fighter, and most recently not so often the winner within those battles.
Second set, Freya Christie to serve. Love 15.
Just the toughest of situations for Christie out here, but she'll know from experience how crucial it is to stay focused in this opening service game. It's on her racket at the beginning of this new set. Can't afford to let Maloney build momentum now.
No.
Well, this matchup was all the more difficult for Christie when you observe the winning streak for Maloney. A string of 11 wins currently, looking to keep that rolling. And that's exactly why the first serve is so important, picking up those much needed cheap points. You can see the pain, the concentration on her face. The agitation builds, but that's what Maloney does to you. Keeps getting the balls back, forces you to go for that bit extra. And who is surprised that the opening game of this set has gone to deuce? Maloney does not let up. Such a competitor. Cites Victoria Azarenka as an inspiration for her competitiveness.
Advantage, Maloney.
Trying everything, Christie. She's in position inside the baseline to drive. Changed it up with the slice chopped short, hoping to catch Maloney by surprise. But she's tracking down everything. Early break point.
Game Maloney. First game, second set.
And the salt has rubbed into the wounds. Credit to Elise Maloney. Gets the break, and with the opening set under her belt, is going to feel in a good position here. It is essential for Christie to make her mark in this next game. Approaching midday and still away from the end of this one. Julian Cash and week one winner Josh Paris waiting to come on for the second match of the day.
Love.
Oh, she finds it.
30 love.
Christie could not have gone any deeper with those ground strokes. Took the ball early. The hurt continues.
$30-15. 15.
And Christie will heave a sigh of relief. Maloney was well in position for that, trying to put Christie off approaching that net. She's a great doubles player as well, Christie. 13 ITF doubles titles, 11 finalist finishes additionally. As so comfortable in the forecourt. Chance to get back into this game. And she takes it. Relentless slice, forcing Maloney to keep low.
Advantage, Maloney.
But she had all the time in the world on that backhand. Used the footwork to line up to perfection. Oh yeah, whipped through the off forehand and went for the sharp placement on the overhead smash. Yet to miss one of those.
Advantage, Christie.
Lifeline point for Freya Christie.
Game, Christie.
That is well fought. Elise Maloney will feel gutted. She had an off backhand from the middle of the court into the open court. She missed it, and Christie capitalized. Incredible commitment despite everything she suffered out on court in recent days from Freya Christie. Finally gets something for it, back on serve in this second set.
Love. Thank you, love. $30-15. Elise, there's a ball just in the curtain there. Thanks.
Testing out the volleys, Maloney, using the height, getting Christie stretched out. And even one of her happiest hunting grounds turning on her now. From 30 love to 30 all. Has to be careful. Essentially big on the second serve. We've seen some daring deliveries from Christie in that respect.
Game Christie. Christie leads by 2-1.
No energy to even react, but Freya Christie with another huge effort from being broken in a long opening game of this second set. She sits down at the first sit down out in front. Maloney ever so close to making that one tightly contested once again. Forgetting the tiebreak, that doesn't count. Of the 15 games on the board currently, 9 have gone to deuce. Ever so close to a 10th there. And that helps explain why there is so much time on the match clock. Already at the 21-minute mark here in this second set. Jury with a little clap of encouragement for Maloney. And for poor Carol Christie, this must be a nightmare to endure. Watching Freya have to go through another marathon contest.
15.
Making a move early, Christie, getting inside that baseline. That was the right shot.
15 all.
She missed it by a splinter, looking to capitalize on drilling the previous ground stroke to Maloney's feet. The hits and misses will be ever present, but the miss is tough to take
Next for
right
service.
now. Well, that was an epic recovery from Christie early on. Knife to the backhand slice back into play as we hit the 2-hour mark in this match. Christie with a slight bit of momentum with her, having won the previous 2 games. Oh, she absolutely nails that bomb. And what a time for double break point. Ramped it up an extra couple of gears there, Freya Christie, looking for her 3rd game in a row. Maloney under pressure. But she'll be glad to have had the 2 breakpoint chances, Christie, because scoreboard pressure just doesn't seem to affect Maloney in the way it does most players. Takes everything in a stride.
Juice.
And here is the 10th deuce game of the match. Smart into the body.
Advantage, Maloney.
It's really almost impressive that Christie hasn't got more frustrated than she has done out here. The amount of times, 10s and 20s of times, that she's had to bounce on her toes and get ready to strike another ball after dictating. Maloney forcing everything out of her. Oh, she just caught it. The ball reeled in the air. Up until the last moment, it wasn't a given. But she knew what she was doing there, Christie. Kept the initial pass low, putting Maloney under all the pressure.
Long, yep. Advantage, Maloney.
The slump of the shoulders from Maloney is relatable. How many times have we seen games like this during this clash?
Advantage, Maloney.
Those kinds of points have been interspersed for Christie. She's working now on trying to string them together. And now it's Maloney's turn to feel the frustration. The pendulum just continues to swing, rocks back and forth. Christie once again with the opportunity to make it 3 straight games. And she gets it done. That is huge hitting from Freya Christie. Absolutely did not hold back. lightning final forehand. And she does have the 2-game advantage. She did have that for a short length of time in the opening set when she was 4-2 up. Knows that nothing is a given and that nothing is safe out here. This upcoming game is as important as the line just crossed. Consolidation needed. Maloney will be straight back in here. And having got on this streak now, as back and forth as it's been to get there, might just give Christie that extra little adrenaline rush and push to keep those points shorter, to get that movement up the court. A rare ace out here from either player. Both have been so good at locking onto the returns. And for Christie, getting that first serve percentage up has been the fight.
Game, Christie.
Well,
Christie leads by 4-1.
That is emphatic. Finally, a love hold for Freya Christie with 2 of her sharpest serves of the day. They were, in fact, the first 2 aces of the match, and what a time for them. It is just the 1 break, but that 4-1 lead looks healthier. I wouldn't dare say safer, but certainly more of an advantage than Christie had in the opening set, because she's got another chance here to dig into a return game, and both players have had their opportunities. For Maloney, we know what a fighter she is, how committed she remains whatever the scoreboard. Having come from 5-1 down in that second set against Beth Gray, she will know that nothing is impossible. And she will go after this service game with the same intensity as all the others, that is for sure. Incredible how things change, though. Maloney obviously has won the last 2 meetings with Christie, but in their first meeting, Christie won 6-2, 6-1. Similar thing against Alice Gillam when they faced off in week 3. Christie won for the loss of 1 game. Complete contrast to their marathon yesterday. It does suggest that the weight of Christie's shot takes a little bit of getting used to.
Love.
Well, 4 games in a row for Christie, but you can argue that it doesn't necessarily feel like that with how close some of those games have been. Maloney knows that she's still well in it if she can hold here.
30 all. Correction, 40-15. Game Maloney.
Well, Maloney does hold on,
By 4 games to 2.
and that's impressively done, keeping that game from getting close when the agitation must have been starting to rise. She does a great job of keeping a lid on it. And Christie should still take some confidence from the fact she was 4-1 up here, given that she found herself 4-1 down in the second set to Gillen yesterday.
What's your time, Freya, please? What's your time? Up 15. It was wide, Freya. She called it. She did call it.
Maloney made a quick call there, but it was insanely close from Christie. Thought she clipped the outside edge. Difficult to tell from here. Have to hope it doesn't put her off going for her shots, because it's essential with the skills on the back foot of Maloney. Having to work hard to outlast Maloney. She's got such great balance, it's incredibly hard to throw her off that. And with her pace around the court, drawing her up to the net, it doesn't often work out either, so it's a question of what you do to put her away. It was a question that couldn't be answered during week 3, when she won the week without losing a match. Well, that was really well done by Christie. If she is going to draw Maloney up the court, it has to be when she's as far away as possible. She was on the stretch on the other side. And good to hear that positive energy from Christie on the other side of the net. The small calls of come on after each point won. Quite a normal thing usually, but when you think of the situation Christie's in, having won so many, lost even so many hard-fought sets, it is difficult to keep up that positivity. That's great work from Maloney, though. Taking that backhand from the height of the bounce.
Christie.
And some sharp tactical play from Christie in that game, suddenly changing it up a bit, drawing Maloney forwards and putting her in some uncomfortable positions. Takes her one game away from leveling this match, and it probably wasn't much help after she dropped that tight opening set, but Christie would have known that if she could get ahead in this second set, manage to take it, it is a 10-point match tiebreak to decide the outcome. Would have been horrific to play this kind of match out on the road on the international circuit and know that from a set down, 2 full sets had to be played to come back. It can alter the mindset, but she has done brilliantly well to ensure that her last 2 service games haven't gone to the precarious floor of deuce.
Time.
Now has a chance to dig into the return and try and break through without having to go through the duress of serving it out. All the pressure right now on 20-year-old Maloney.
Love. Love.
Even in her short career to date, she has had experience handling pressure. Maloney saw at her A-levels, sustained her junior career alongside going to school as normal. That can be difficult when you're trying to make a move in sport and having to balance the 2 things, but she managed it.
Love.
And this is an impressive response to the scoreboard situation, as we've said before. Those numbers don't seem to reside in her mind when she's playing.
$40-15.
And Christie starting to pull it back. from 40 love to deuce. Christie with a huge opportunity to take this on the return.
Net for service.
Incredible turnaround.
Advantage, Christie.
And an emphatic finish to set up set point right on the line. Outrageous tennis from Christie. Maloney was right up in the forecourt. She had the smash on her racket. Christie had to defend for her life. A chance to level up. And Maloney doesn't miss the mark on that occasion.
Advantage, Christie.
She'll have another chance. It was big from Maloney on the previous point to commit to the move up the court under all kinds of pressure. But Christie pegs her back on that occasion. How good is that? Applying the pressure time after time. And that's how Maloney does it. Committing to every point as if it's the only point she's going to play all day.
Advantage, Christie.
Christie getting smarter though with this placement, drawing Maloney up. Narrowing her target. Will it be third time lucky? For the first time in 3 days, Freya Christie, warrior that she is, wins a set after the bitter disappointment of coming out on the wrong end of the tiebreak. 1 hour and 36 minutes on the clock in that set. You have to applaud her for that, and it's a huge set as well. Puts another point on the board. Coming into this match, she needed to win a set to put her into the middle draw so that she would finish between places 5 and 9 at the end of the week. If she hadn't won a set here, she'd have been in the 9 to 12 box. That's a maximum prize money of £1,500 compared to a maximum of 500, and a maximum of 8 league ranking points compared to a maximum of 4. So that was a massive set to win. You can see the first serve percentage. She'd still like it to be higher because she's winning a lot of those points when the first delivery comes in, but she was making more of a move on both the first and second serve return in this set. Maloney getting less for free. And we did see Christie sprinkling those balls into the forecourt in the latter stages of that set and pulling Maloney out of position to some effect. Can she continue that into the match tiebreak? It all comes down to this, all or nothing. Maloney has played the 2 match tie breaks this week. Christie the 1 against Giselle Fernandez. Both have been triumphant on every occasion. Something has to give. Christie getting us underway.
Maloney.
I think the approach forehand was called long. Indeed it was. So Maloney looking to capitalize on the opening mini break. That is going to be tough to take for Christie at the beginning of this. She's made the right move. She's committed to that aggressive movement up the court. And both times it's failed to be successful. Maloney catching her out.
Maloney.
Big key return of serve for Christie. To put this into context, 2 matches have started and finished over on court 2 in the time it's taken for this match to play out. Luke Johnson getting it done 6-4, 6-love over 17-year-old Will Nolan. And that's good to see that commitment still from Christie. Bit risky going up the middle on the approach. Maloney in position, but she backed herself. She caught it. How about the reach from Christie on the high backhand volley? That's a tough shot to just control. And then looping the final offering onto the baseline. Maloney suddenly pegged back. 3 points in a row for Christie.
Christie.
And heads to the change of ends with the nose out in front. Freya Christie committing to the slim margin. A reminder that Maloney is on an 11-match win streak. Hasn't faced defeat since her week 2 final loss to Emily Appleton. Frustration for Maloney, have to feel for her, but this is impressive stuff from Christie. So often in tight situations, it's easy to become a little bit passive, to hang back, to not accelerate through the shots. And Christie has made clear moves out here to commit to the attack.
To Christie. Net for service. It was about that long.
Unfortunate for Christie with the net cord, but that's massive stuff from Maloney to turn that point around. So resilient. And such a key moment as well. 7-2 would have been a bit of a gaping hole. 3-6 on serve. She's going to see this as very doable. And Christie has to be so careful that she doesn't sit back now. At 6-2 up, she was driving the ball. And after Maloney turns that previous point around, Christie needs to make sure that she doesn't back up tactically.
Six, 5, Christie.
3 points in a row, closing the gap, Maloney.
The curtain there, just in the middle of the court.
No lead is ever safe against this 20-year-old. She doesn't know when she's beaten, and she always gives herself chances. Yeah, that was a big point, and she knows it. Lets Christie off the hook somewhat. Again, she was lingering at the baseline. Maloney able to make the move up the court. Slim margins in the match tiebreak. And Christie will look to utilize that. Likely tension mounting as Maloney pulled it back. It can be easier to play from behind in those situations. But an extra little bit of width between the two as they come out after this change of ends. It will be a huge first point upon resumption. Nearly 2 hours and 45 minutes on the clock. You could say that was essential for Christie. Maloney was gaining, offered up a slight opening on the previous point. Christie takes the leg up. Couple of chances to generate match point with these next two return points. And Maloney holding her ground so well. Christie had rifled through the cross-court forehand. Almost came back to bite her, and she was put on the stretch.
Christie.
But it will be triple match point for Freya Christie as she digs the forehand into the corner. And given the brutal loss of the opening set, this would be some comeback.
Christie.
Half a millimetre. Elise Maloney lives to fight on by the skin of her teeth. At last, Freya Christie wins a marathon. What a monumental effort from both players to contribute to this brilliant battle on court one. Feel for Elise Maloney, ever the fighter, has come out on the right end of so many of these kind of duels, but it's Freya Christie's day, and boy has she worked for it. 2 heartbreaking losses in the past 2 days where she's given it everything on court and left with nothing to show for it. Lost a heartbreaking first set here, 1 hour, 36 minutes, was severely up against it mentally and physically, and she found a way. That is brilliance from the 23-year-old. Absolutely grafted her way across the line, and pivotally, at the beginning of that match tiebreak, stepped up, went for her shots, and even when the initial net approaches didn't work, she committed to that forward movement, opened up a gap that Elise Maloney was never quite able to close. And credit to Maloney for the part that she played in this. What an encounter. The final match time of 2 hours, 50 minutes on the clock. And that is just the first match of the day on court one wrapped up. Freya Christie taking the 2 points in her final group stage match, but it will be Elise Maloney who progresses to the semi-finals as the winner of box 8. Well, take a deep breath, take a breather, and we'll be back for more tennis very soon. The next match on court one, the first men's match of the day out here between the week 1 winner, Josh Paris, and Julian Cash. I'll be taking you through that one shortly. Welcome back to Court 1 at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre for the continuation of the final day of group stage action at week 4 of the UK Pro League. So much still on the line, and week 1 winner Josh Paris is in a great position in box A. Came into it in first place with 11 points. Luke Johnson just leapfrogged him with a win in straight sets over on court 2, but still very strong chances for Paris to have a very good finish to the week here. Up to stop his momentum it is Julian Cash, who is hoping to manage an injury that he's been dealing with so far this week. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this match after a pretty mind-boggling opening match of the day. Freya Christie coming back from a set down, a 1 hour 36-minute set at that, to defeat the week 3 winner Elise Maloney, snapping Maloney's 11-match win streak. And it's not quite an 11-match win streak for Josh Paris, but he does have 5 on the trot here at the UK Pro League. And looking to keep that form rolling. So Paris on the far side of your screen, 25 years old, actually celebrated his birthday during that week 1 event where he secured victory over Billy Harris in the final. Came back to the UK Pro League for the first time since that win during week 3 of action, where he finished off with a victory over Jack Findle Hawkins in the 7th place playoff.
One set all, a 10-point tiebreak will be played to decide the match. Between to the right of the chair from Great Britain, Julian Cash. The left of the chair from also from Great Britain, Josh Paris. Paris won the toss and elected to serve.
And no surprise there to hear Josh Paris electing to serve. He plays an aggressive game behind the serve, likes to charge up the court, and therefore he's met his match in Julian Cash, who loves to do the same thing. Cash also 24 years old, so just fractionally younger. He went the college tennis route. As we know by now, he's been quite a regular presence here at the UK Pro League. Played college tennis out at Oklahoma State University, graduated with a degree in business management.
1 minute.
And he was a 3rd place finisher in week 3 of the competition. He lost the semi-final to Henry Patton in a couple of tie breaks. It was a pretty painful match for him. Had 11 breakpoint chances. Thanks to Patton's attacking play under pressure, he wasn't able to convert, but he did manage to finish on a positive note with victory over George Haughton in a match tiebreak in the 3rd place playoff. So would have come into this one feeling pretty positive, but can't quite match Paris' clean record on the group stage. It's been a mix of fortunes for Cash. Won his first 2 matches in straight sets over Will Nolan and Tom Hans. But then he had a straight sets loss to Mason Recchi 6-2, 6-2. After the first set, he had to go off court for a medical timeout, dealing with a quad issue that forced him to pull out of the first set against Luke Johnson yesterday. Was 4-love down. That was going to be a tough match. Johnson, the highest ranked player in the draw, hits a big ball, and Cash not wanting to strain or aggravate anything there, hoping to be able to put in a full performance today against Josh Paris, as they actually meet for the first time. Somehow haven't crossed paths yet. And given that they like to do a similar thing on the court at times, it could make for an interesting clash. Both comfortable up at that net.
I can't remember what. Joshua Paris to serve. First set, play. love.
So it is confirmed that from Box A, Luke Johnson and Josh Paris will progress to the semi-finals. But what isn't confirmed is which place they will go through in. Johnson, with his win over on court 2, picks up the 3 points that puts him 2 points in front of Paris. Oh,
30 love.
skidded off the baseline. And Johnson's result means that Paris just needs a win, either in 2 or 3 sets, to progress through to the semis in first place, because he would beat Johnson on head-to-head, having taken the win in a match tiebreak. And he's come out firing here. Cash with a little bit of a laugh there. He was in position, he'd made the run. But when someone like Paris is at the net, there's always the potential that you have too much time to think.
Game Paris, first game.
So the opening hold on the board for Josh Paris. Clean in the group stage, just the 1 set dropped against Luke Johnson. And that second set going Johnson's way in a tiebreak. That won't matter if he can pick up the victory here, won't change his standing at the end of the group stage action. Format of the UK Pro League, each week of competition comprised of 7 days. The first 5 days of the group stage, and you've got semi-finals day, and the Sunday sees the players facing off to see where they end up in the final list of results. And for Julian Cash, therefore, there's still a lot to play for. He's in 3rd place in Box A with 6 points.
Love.
Well, how's that for timing? The one-handed backhand, incredibly strong.
For service.
And carrying some physical discomfort, Julian Cash is going to want to keep these points as short as possible. He has the serve to help try and do that. Is that caught?
I thought it was wide. 30-all.
Well, the call is Julian Cash's call, but he has to make it quickly. He can't ask the question. He has to go in there instinctively, and he wasn't sure enough, so that goes down as a second return winner for Paris.
Next for service. Forty, 30. Game Cash.
And that gets him on the board.
1 game off.
Cash trying to keep those exchanges to a minimum. He's had experience dealing with injury before, more than he would have liked. He picked up an injury around the summer of 2019. And since lockdown came into play last year, he decided to have surgery at the beginning of it. But he's dealt with all sorts, including a shoulder injury, which is not great when you're a tennis player. Can't avoid that. Oh, how about that?
Love 15.
Return winners galore out here on court 1. Two guys with big serves as well, not quite expected.
Love 30.
And that might justify a warning shot, the return winner. You can guarantee you're going to see that from Paris. First serve or second serve. If he's down the deficit, he knows he has to commit. He made comments along those lines after winning the week 1 event here about how his is a high-risk game. Oh, it's an exhibition on court 1.
30-all.
That is outrageous. Amazing touch and feel from Paris. And an absolute lightning bolt to close things out. What a show. Yeah, he enjoyed that one. Quite the contrast to the previous point, but Paris quick to capitalise. Producing under pressure.
Game Paris.
And there is the hold from Love 30 down. He made those comments after his week 1 victory. He said he likes to take risks and he knows it's down to his execution So it's not always going to work out, but he knows that his opponents also don't like the way he plays, in that the scoreboard doesn't really make a difference. It's a risky game, but that risk can pay off, as we saw during week one, where he had some big victories, including one over Dan Cox in the semi-finals. Cox guaranteed to finish on top in box B. So if Paris were to win this match, he would avoid having to face him ahead of the final.
For service.
How slim are the margins? Cash catching the edge of the sideline to put Paris on the stretch, but he flung his momentum into that backhand. Oh, net cord helped him, but that was great control from Cash. Paris had made that difficult, dipping the passing shot. He'll take it.
T15.
And that's a great play.
40-30.
You could tell from the point for 30-all that that second serve was dangerous territory. Paris had been placing his returns well to try and catch Cash out on his run up the court. Would have liked to get a little bit more length on that return.
Game Cash. 2 games up.
And a much more positive start for Julian Cash today. That's good to see. A number of withdrawals in recent days, including Cash business partner and friend Billy Harris. They run the Tennis Technicians together, which seeks to offer help and insight to aspiring junior players. That is deft. He has to be unmerciful out here, Paris. He'll know that Cash hasn't been feeling 100% physically. And he does have the craft
15 all.
and skill to try and expose that a bit, make his opponent feel uncomfortable as possible. Pulling him on a string. Wasn't all that far off with the lob. He gets his own back.
40-30.
Dug in on the return.
Game Paris. Paris leads by 3 games to 2.
So staying on serve at the beginning of this one. And Paris still willing to target those slim margins. We've seen a great display of what he's capable of early on here. Little bit behind schedule on court 1, thanks to the absolute battle royale between Freya Christie and Elise Maloney. Christie delivering Maloney her first loss in 12 matches, coming from a set down to do so. Over on court 2, already wins for Alice Gillen and Luke Johnson in straight sets. And currently Danielle Daly up 4-1 on Sophia Johnson.
Love. Love.
Calling lines and fetching balls here at the UK Pro League. Different circumstances to the old normal due to the pandemic.
15.
And so far it is Paris, a little bit more of the two, able to take advantage of the net approach. Doing a good job of dropping those balls over the net.
Game Cash.
And he levels up in the set. Julian Cash on the 6 points in box 8. Will Nolan, Tom Hands and Mason Recchi all on 3 points. Nolan lost to Johnson in straights, so he remains there. Hands and Recchi, if they got straight sets wins, would be able to tie Cash, but only Recchi would be able to finish ahead of him in the group.
Love 15.
Having won their meeting the other day. It's exactly what we were talking about, the high risk. And Paris says that he's become more mature over the years. And that helps him to be able to maintain this game style and produce it consistently. Doesn't get frustrated at the misses as much. Takes it in his stride, it's so essential.
15-30.
But Cash looking to capitalise. And once again, targeting the all-out attack. Bread and butter. That's too good. Far too fine.
By 4 games to 3.
And Josh Paris stays out in front once again. Not the first time we've seen that combination, and shouldn't think it will be the last. Was able to get back out on the international circuit briefly, Paris, after that week 1 win. But travelling abroad is still not straightforward for the Brits. A lot of them only really able to get out to Egypt, which is where Paris made the trip to. And as a result of the travel restrictions, those draws out in Egypt are pretty loaded. So wins are hard to come by. That makes the UK Pro League all the more important right now, offering the match play, the financial opportunity. Paris competing here for the third time of the 4 weeks. Same for Cash.
Love. Love.
Making the most of the opportunity of an extended rally, Paris. Both players looking to finish these points within the first 3 to 5 shots. In order to do so, the acceleration always has to be there on the follow-through. Cash just offering a half chance to Paris now. Oh.
40-30.
And the net cord comes to his rescue. Well, with everything he's dealing with, he will take any help he can get. He was under a bit of pressure with that one, Paris.
Advantage, Cash.
Got nice placement on the return down the line, but Cash was already on the run up. There's that commitment. Again, though, it won't work every time, but it will work sometimes. And it is the day to try that kind of tactic out. That net cord is getting a workout.
Advantage, Paris.
And Paris keeping low over the ball there, steadying himself for every time the shot came back from Cash. And this is a huge break point. Will give him the opportunity to serve for a tightly contested opening set. Not this time. Turn the
Advantage
tables.
cash.
How do you like it? Good reach on the stretch as well. Cash from the brink, looking ready to level up.
Juice. Advantage cash.
Yeah, great focus from Paris once again. Would have been easy to get frustrated over the missed opportunity. Second serve return for break point. But got straight back to business. Well, they're getting the steps in now. Pulled from side to side.
Game cash.
And he comes through, saves a break point to do so. That's big stuff from Julian Cash. Josh Paris has been asserting himself behind the serve. 5-3 up and serving. He would have backed him to get it done. But down the wire we go. And sometimes when a player comes across the line in a back and forth game like that, they can take some momentum. Cash will look to capitalize.
Love 15.
Well, the idea was a nice one. He tried to disguise it, maybe didn't give himself enough time with the changing of the racket face. Something for Cash to build on. Last gasp effort. Paris is going to ask him for a few more of those. Skillful touch. Julian Cash with the two extremes. And now with a half chance on the return.
I've no idea, Julian. T30. Game Paris. Paris leads by 5 games to 4.
So he does hold on despite the missed opportunity in the previous game. Josh Paris, with his ability to stay in the moment, is now 1 game away from this opening set. And if it was high pressure for Julian Cash in his previous service game, it just goes up a notch in this next one. Paris looking to keep a clean sheet in the group stage. Wins over Mason Recchi, Will Nolan, Luke Johnson and Tom Hands. Just the 1 set dropped. So can he keep up the big serves? Julian Cash serving to stay in the set.
Love.
Was nailing those big returns early. Paris not quite so successful in recent points.
Love. Love.
What pressure, says Julian Cash, very quickly out to this lead. And looking pretty relaxed as well. We've seen a fair few smiles at her on court 1.
Game Cash.
And it's a love hold to stay in the set. Cash as loose as you like. And right now, dare I say it, this has tiebreak written all over it.
Love. 30 love. 30-15.
Continuously just going about his business. It takes admirable focus to do this, to be able to reproduce time and again. No, you did not. But yes, he did. Paris had to cover the entire court, and Cash still had the final say. That's some reach. And Paris looking for a big first serve here. And there is that same combination cropping up again. So simple, so effective, and so well executed. Josh Paris, yet again, 4 points away from the set. No one courtside for Paris today, but did have his brother sat watching him as he won the week one event, and he was towards the back end of the draw during that week one competition. Paris, it just shows the depth in the field that we've seen at the UK Pro League, and the fact that once people are used to each other's game styles, anyone can really take it to anyone. Referring to that in the previous match, Freya Christie had the 6-love 6-1 result against Alice Gillen during week 3, but then lost to her in a 2-set marathon yesterday. It can all change. There are very few secrets out here still at the UK Pro League. And surprising that these two are yet to come up against each other.
Love. 30, love.
Keeping his foot down. And there's that low return again, forcing the slower volley, giving Paris plenty of time to set up for that pass. Can he string those points together? So 2 points to take this to the tie-break that many will have been anticipating. And that's one way to erase one. That's what Paris has been going for, the quick hit. Still the only player to have seen a break point here. And gives himself a chance to earn another. Stretching Cash right out across the baseline. Just being careful there at the back of the court. Cash, he doesn't want to do any further damage with the tumble. So Paris suddenly 2 points away from this set.
Advantage Cash.
And no pressure felt.
Game Cash.
There we go. It is just the one break point come and gone in this opening set. There won't be another, a tie break to decide who gets the opening point of the match. A reminder that Josh Paris is looking to catch Luke Johnson and finish the group on top.
Paris.
That's great touch on the pickup from Cash. Once again under pressure, but keeping his body weight low. Great control.
Cash.
Oh, how about that coverage at the net from Paris, stretching side to side. And that shorter ball has given Julian Cash all kinds of trouble out here. Back to showtime. And there is that little bit of danger of the drop shot becoming predictable. Cash read that one nicely. And now has the mini break.
To Cash.
So Cash keeping the 2-point clearance as they head into the change of ends. So a big point upcoming for Paris upon the resumption. Oh, he's caught it. He's caught the baseline. What a huge moment to do it in. The craft has been on full display from Josh Paris. And that is a big blow to Cash.
For service. For all. Paris.
So from 4-2 down to 5-4 up, 3 points on the trot for Paris. And Cash has served to stay in this set twice, but the margins are much slimmer in the tiebreak. Little wriggle room. Brilliant reach. Under real pressure. Julian Cash with the big step in.
I thought it was in. 6-5 Cash.
Well, how tight is it? He was down break point earlier in the set, But it is Julian Cash with the first set point of this contest. Well, he went for it, but Paris will always commit to that forward movement. Can be pretty pleased with himself there. Set point come and gone. And there is absolutely no breathing room from here on out.
Paris.
Why change a winning tactic? Even when Cash is on the run up to it, he's on the back foot, he's having to come up with something special. Set point for Paris. And fitting that it sees him across the line. Precarious little moment there for Josh Paris. But he does get the first set in the bag. That takes his total number of points to 12. A reminder that he just needs a win here to finish at the top of the group, because he would beat Luke Johnson on head-to-head. Johnson finishing up with 13 points thanks to a straight sets win over Will Nolan earlier. So Paris with an important first set. Look at the stats here. Greater first serve percentage. That's always key when it comes to players who like to compete with this kind of style. But the break points, very minimal. Just the one opportunity for Paris, wasn't able to break through. And you can see the exact same number of points won for both players, and that just shows you how slim the margins were. It was a case of who was going to both commit and produce, and Paris did so, sticking to his tactics at the back end there. So Paris with the opening point, both players having left the court. A reminder of the matches upcoming here on court one. Up next it will be Dan Cox, confirmed to finish at the top of box B, but no doubt wanting to keep a completely clean sheet, yet to drop a set. He's up against George Haughton, who made semi-finals during week 3. And then a big clash between Nadia Rosson and Emma Wilson. Rosson on 8 points in box B, Wilson on 7, both looking to book a semi-final spot. And then to round out the day, Emily Appleton looking to continue her streak of games won. She's currently on 20 against Angelina Grozovic. And then Jack Findle-Hawkins and Henry Patton rounding out the lineup. And play continuing over on court 2, where they are ahead of the game. Danielle Daly 6-2, 5-2 up on Sophia Johnson. So the players return to the court.
Time.
Seeming pretty casual out here, and they have to be loose in order to produce the kind of tennis they're coming up with. Brave moves up the court that are seeming so routine to them. Disappointment for Cash, but he will have been happy to keep that set as close as he did, given this quad injury that he's carrying. Still hoping to get a point out here just to ensure that he finishes up at 3rd place in the group. And Josh Paris going after this victory to finish on top.
Josh, could you just close the curtain? Could you close the curtain?
So it will be on Cash's racket to open this 2nd set.
Second set, Cash to serve. Love 15.
And Paris looking to take it off it. Keeping those shots low and just getting straight back to business. You have to laugh. Seen so many of those net cords. And generally playing into Cash's favour in this one. And we saw the one break point come and go in the opening set, and with the way both players are competing out here, looks like they might need back-to-back opportunities.
40-30.
Because consecutive points on the return are so hard to come by right now.
Game Cash. First game, second set.
So Julian Cash out in front. Coming from 15-30 down in that game to launch this second set. Looking to add to his tally of 6 points in box 8. Now involved in coaching and advising juniors, Julian Cash, and was a successful junior player himself. So looking to pass on that experience. He was a junior national champion and competed in junior Wimbledon in a couple of years, 2013 and 2014.
Love 15.
And that's exactly why consecutive points on the return are so difficult. The weapon of the serve. And even if it doesn't finish the point, there's the rush behind it.
.30-15.
Oh,
I saw it wide. But you have to call it.
it's too tough.
40-30.
Feel for the players, focusing on getting the job done in the points, but also having to look out for those line calls as well. If they don't make the call immediately, it can't be countered. And Cash capitalising. It might feel like it's a bit of justice because there was a similar situation for Paris in the opening set when a return of his was questionable and called good. Cash taking the opportunity to dig into this game.
Advantage Cash.
And he will bring up his first break point of the match. Now, how does Paris handle this? A frustrating moment. Thought he was across the line in the game, and quite suddenly he's break point down. And that's the break point converted. Spying his opportunity, Julian Cash seizes it. And suddenly there's a deficit on the scoreboard. He's looking to consolidate 2-love. Well, that came from pretty much nowhere. But we all know that it only takes a couple of points in tennis to completely turn things around. Winners of forehand and backhand from Cash. He's done it again. What a response from Julian Cash. Rubbing salt into the wounds. That was a great effort from Paris once again. What more can he do?
Love. .30-15.
And Paris has to slow things down here, getting his footing back with the placement on the return. Well, that was a near miss.
30-40.
Certainly unintentional. And it's good that Julian Cash can have a laugh there because he's now in a precarious position on the scoreboard. Breakpoint down. And Paris had anticipated that serve in the opposite direction. Had a bit of momentum on the stretch to swing into the return. Can he get straight back on level terms? Not quite.
I thought so. Advantage Cash.
Ah, he gets his own back, finally.
Juice.
How many times has Cash covered that angle from Paris? But he kept his cool to swat that forehand away.
Advantage Cash.
A cute angle, though. There's a reason he was barely offering up any break points during week 3 of competition, Julian Cash.
Game Cash. Cash leads by 3 games to love.
Swiftly wraps it up. From a dangerous position, Julian Cash suddenly has the lead. He's out 3-love in front at the change of ends. And has to be feeling good about his chances in this set. Should he take this set, he will take his total points in box 8 to 7, which is unassailable for the 3 players who trail him, which would guarantee him a finish between places 5 and 9. His best hope at the moment is reaching that 5th place playoff, because it will be Paris and Johnson progressing to the semi-finals from box 8. It's just a question of which place they do so in.
Love 15.
Yeah, he did catch it. Was waiting for the call on that one. I think Julian was as well. Scorched it down the line. And he's just asking Paris to go for that little bit more as a result. Another sudden deficit on the return.
$15.30. 40.
The pressure is well and truly on now for Josh Paris, who survived some tight moments to come out on top in that tiebreak. Both players finishing the set on 47 points won. There's a bit more of a gulf here now.
I think it just took the edge. I'm not 100% certain though. 30, 40.
Effortlessly done.
Advantage, Paris.
Making stepping up and delivering under pressure look easy here, Josh Paris.
Cash leads by 3 games to 1.
Routinely getting himself inside that baseline when he was down on the scoreboard, and he does stay in touch in this set, keeps it to the 1 break, and will look to build on that hold of serve.
Love.
You never quite know in this one what's going to catch.
Love.
Cash you all. Flipping the tables.
Love. Game cash.
Impressively
Cash
clinical.
leads by 4 games to 1.
Just when Paris had put the brakes on in this set, Cash got straight back to business, looking loose with the break in his pocket. And he's 2 games away from leveling this up and taking it to the deciding match tiebreak. Good to see how comfortably he's able to go about his business here after the disappointment of the early retirement yesterday. Over on court 2, a big match for Katerina Stresnikova against Giselle Fernandez. Stresnikova on 6 points in the group. Same as Catherine Barnes. It has been very closely contested in box 8. Could still get in front of Freya Christie, who took her total up to 7 points with that 3-set win over Elise Maloney.
15 love.
How many lines do they plan on catching today? Back edge of the baseline. Paris capitalizing on that great first point. Back-to-back love holds.
Cash leads by 4 games to 2.
Both players emphatic right now when the ball is on their racket. But this is a big game for Paris to try and get a foothold in. Cash holds this and he's 1 game away from taking the set.
Love 15.
And it's always big to get that opening point on the return. Just makes the opponent think.
Net. Love 30.
Here we go. Paris once again holding so steady. There is a definite opening here.
Net for service.
Once again forced into a difficult position with Paris anticipating Cash's charge up the court. Double chance to get back on serve.
Game Paris.
And he gets him on the stretch.
Cash leads by 4 games to 3.
Well, we said that was an important game in which to get the breakthrough to keep Cash from straining towards the finish line. 5-2. He would have taken a good rip into the return game. As it is, Paris keeping his cool and coming across the line. So this set is still anyone's, still the possibility for the full 3 points. Those 3 points would take Paris out in front of Luke Johnson with 14 total. But he does just need the 2, as they would Both be on 13 points, but Paris would win on head-to-head, having beaten Johnson a couple of days ago.
Julian, I think there might be one behind the scoreboard. I don't know if it came out from behind there.
So Paris has the break back, but he has to consolidate it. For now, Cash still out in front.
Love.
Order restored.
No, it was about 2 feet long. It's long, way long. Love.
Pace on the forehand. And Paris looking for his second consecutive hold to love. And there it is, 2 in a row. Great response from the 25-year-old to level up from 4-1 down in this set and keep his hopes of a straight sets win alive. Cash looking to bring the intensity back on serve. And the second serve is definitely an opening after the previous return game from Paris. Not a wonder that Cash feels the need to go for more, particularly when he wants to keep the point short. Oh.
Love 30.
That has caught. Absolute rocket.
He's given it good. I didn't. He gave it good.
Well, Olwen in the chair was not convinced, but it was the call of Julian Cash who's given it to Paris.
I thought it was out.
Has to shrug it off. Clear space on that one, though. Just pushing long. Paris going for that textbook opening of the court. But the love 30 lead has evaporated. Just long.
30-40.
Well, the lob from Paris was perfectly placed. Cash was under all sorts of pressure. Had to try and come up with something special. Didn't work out. Break point. And the net cord playing into Paris' favour at a pivotal moment. Tough to take for Cash. 4-1 up in this set.
5 games to 4.
And luck not on his side on that occasion. Josh Paris kept his foot down, covered the court quickly, and here he is with the opportunity to serve for a straight sets win. If he gets this final game on the board, he will finish at the top of box 8. Ready to take on the runner-up of box B in tomorrow's semi-finals. Due to start at 10 a.m. So 2 love holds in a row for Josh Paris. Can he produce a third to get across the line? Has the momentum.
Love.
Has to swing here, Cash, and try and keep the length on his shots. He knows that Paris will look to move inside that baseline and put the pressure on. But the margins are small ones.
30 love. T15.
Didn't flinch as that one came in high. Julian Cash doing what he could, but it was not enough. Josh Paris has been so secure when racing up to that forecourt. Double match point. And an ace down the tee will do it. Josh Paris wraps up his group stage campaign in style, keeps the clean sheet. 5 matches played, 5 matches won. Deeply impressive from the week 1 winner. Confirms his place at the top of box A, which featured the top ranked player in the draw, Luke Johnson, over whom he has a victory recorded. And credit to Julian Cash for coming out here. He is carrying an injury. Was forced to pull out of his match yesterday, But it was good to see him able to go toe-to-toe. Very fine margins in that opening set. Next to nothing in it. Had a set point. But Paris consistently committed to the aggressive play, attacking, backing himself. Higher percentage of first serves, and with the way these two like to play, that's always a big weapon. And just the one more break point converted. Josh Paris gets it done. 5 wins of 5, and we'll see him again in the semi-finals. And Julian Cash just has to hope that Mason Recchi doesn't get a straight sets win over Tom Hans later. That's all that stands between himself and third place in box A. So that's just the second match of the day wrapped up as we approach 3 p.m. 4 more still to come on court 1. The next of those between the man with the highest career high ranking in the draw, Dan Cox, and week 3 semi-finalists George Haughton. That one coming up shortly, and it will be Jenny Drummond to take you through it.
I don't really want to wipe it with one of these and it not work.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to the coverage of day 5 of week 4 of the UK Pro League 2021. It is the final day of the group stages, and it's been very interesting to see how the groups are playing out. What a battle of a day it's been so far. One of the longest matches in Pro League history between Christie and Elise Maloney, kicking off the day. Christie getting that victory 10-7. 2 hours and 49 minutes. My goodness me, what an effort there from both players. And then Josh Paris just getting the victory against Julian Cash, which means that he secures his place in the semi-finals as the top of Box A. So he awaits the runner-up of Box B tomorrow. And that is set to be a very interesting area because Dan Cox here on the court has confirmed that he is through to the semi-finals in top spot, but it is at the moment a three-way shootout between George Haughton, Henry Patton and Jack Findle-Hawkins. At the moment, George Haughton, 22 years old, is sitting in second place with 7 points. But Patton and Jack Findle-Hawkins face off later on today. So essentially, if Jack Findle-Hawkins wins in straight sets, Haughton needs to win a set in this match. If he wins, basically, if he wins in straight sets, he will be through. But that is a lot easier said than done because these two have faced each other twice before in the UK Pro League and both have gone the way of Dan Cox. Interestingly, the same scoreline on both occasions, 6-4, 6-4. So, 22-year-old George Haughton, who was 4th overall in week 3, had a very good week indeed, lost to Anton Matusevic in a close semi-final, 7-5, 7-5, served unbelievably well. That's something he'll certainly need to do today against a very good returner, Dan Cox. They lost in the 3rd-4th playoff to good friend Julian Cash. That was a tight one, went down to the match tiebreak. But Dan Cox comes into this full of confidence. 30-year-old oldest man in the field, but my goodness, he is dominating it.
Won the toss and chose to serve.
He hasn't even dropped a set this week. Beat Billy Harris 6-1, 6-3 on day 1. Then Jack Findle-Hawkins 6-3, 6-1 day 2. Jack Gibbons 4-1, and then yesterday Henry Patton 3-1. So
1 minute.
It's been a relatively straightforward week so far for Dan Cox. He'll be wanting to achieve the clean sheet in the group stages, something he has done before. Hasn't yet made it past the semi-finals. He's twice a semi-finalist. 4th in week 1. He topped his group that week, was undefeated, and then lost in the semi-finals to Josh Paris, the eventual week 1 winner. Week 2 he came 3rd. He lost to Mark Whitehouse in a tight-fought semi-final. That went down to the match tiebreak, and then he beat his close friend Sean Hodkin in the 3rd-4th playoff. Week 3 he didn't play. He was away in Sharm el-Sheikh competing. That's some ITF events there. Looking to get his first ranking point once again. Of course, Dan Cox was ranked 206 in the world back in July 2014, but officially retired, and last year came back out of the retirement, but he has yet to get his first ATP ranking point once again. Unfortunately lost in the first round in Sharm el-Sheikh, battled through pre-qualies and qualifying. Didn't get that one win. Very tough indeed, but he's back here, UK Pro League, playing some pretty solid tennis indeed. And looking to make the final for the first time this season. And he's up against Haughton is ranked 1,585 in the world at the moment. Knows these courts like the back of his hand. I was chatting to some of the players earlier, and they've actually named one of the courts the George Haughton court because he went undefeated for an entire season his university career on that court.
Ready, play.
So here we go, this men's match ready to get underway.
Up.
Interesting matchup between these two guys. Haughton with the massive serve and forehand likes to tee off on the ball. Cox creates a lot of power off the ground, but doesn't have as big a serve, certainly, as Haughton does. Haughton, I'd say, is one of the biggest serves out of all the male players here.
40-15.
Dan Cox super quick. That return of serve cut off the angle. And it was right back at Haughton.
Use. Advantage, Haughton.
And the big tee serve this time. That's some pretty big serving right there. It was a wonderful second serve, but Cox all over it. Turned defence into attack very effectively indeed. Back to juice we go.
Advantage, Cox.
So an early breakpoint chance here for Dan Cox.
Deuce. Advantage, Haughton. Deuce.
Some big hitting from Dan Cox. Right plumb in that back corner. It's been a pretty long day so far. 5 hours of tennis. We've had just 2 matches finish, both battles. And certainly this opening service game looking like a battle right now.
Game, Haughton. First game.
But Haughton fends off. Breakpoint chance for Cox, gets a hold on the board. That's something he's going to need to do well this match. High first serve percentage. Not get stuck in long rallies with Dan Cox at the back of the court because he's so good at counter-attacking. There's the 30-year-old from Lincoln. Played main draw of Wimbledon twice, 2011, 2014.
Daniel Cox.
14 ITF singles titles to his name, last coming in 2015. That type of tennis certainly
15
would have got him some of those titles. Beat Dan Evans and David Goffin for some of those trophies. Dan Evans playing some great tennis at the moment. What a run he had in Monte Carlo and the ATP Masters 1000. And now Madrid underway.
all. 15-30.
So now a couple of breakpoint chances for Haughton.
serve. I think so, yes. It's very close. Game, Haughton.
Haughton does
Haughton
break.
leads by 2 games still up.
What a start for him after facing a break point in his opening service game. A couple of unforced errors from Dan Cox. What a chance now for Haughton. He knows that there's a semi-final spot at stake. If he can just continue to hold serve in this set, then he would guarantee himself a point. The outcome doesn't affect Cox no matter what, but being the competitor that he is, he will certainly want every single victory.
Love.
That's good hitting from Cox, really using the full depth of the court, pushing Haughton. Good few feet behind the baseline. Great hands though from Haughton.
30-15.
Does like to come forward as well.
You. Forty, 30.
That's a huge backhand from George Haughton to consolidate the break of serve. Perfect start. The Loughborough University player. We love he leads Dan Cox. So it's 9 minutes past 3 at 3 p.m. Many joined the football-led sporting boycott of social media this weekend to stand up against online racism and discrimination. Here at UK Pro League, we've joined as well.
Time.
And it's a very worthy cause, that's for sure.
Love. 15 all. Fifteen 30.
That is just delightful.
15-40.
Cox did leave a massive opening in the court, but look at that single-hander. Tasty stuff from George Haughton.
I thought it was long, yeah. 30-40.
Not that time though. Caught it a little bit late. With a single-hander, the timing has got to be perfection. So Cox manages to save 2 break points to try and avoid a double break situation.
Advantage Cox. Game, Cox.
So Cox gets on the board, a crucial hold of serve if he is to try and clamber his way back into this opening set.
Really close. Love 15. Love 30.
Well, now Houghton finds himself in a little spot of bother at love 30 on the service game. As Tom Kiesel courtside with him. In charge of the performance here at Loughborough University. Told me to come out of retirement yesterday when he saw me playing tennis. Beg to differ. My body's in pieces today. 7 matches in 7 days, I'd be crawling out of here.
Love 40.
Well, turn of events here. Cox now with triple break point. Haughton needs some of his big swinging first serves. There's one.
15-40. First serve.
Well, the big serve has got him out the hole twice. Needs it just one more time. And 3 really good points from George Haughton.
Yes.
Love 40. He's will be pleased with how his player dug himself out of that hole.
Advantage Cox.
Narrowly missing on the forehand. Now a 4th chance for Cox to get this match back on serve.
Yes. Advantage Haughton. Game Haughton.
Oh, what a
Haughton
big
leads
hold
by
that could
4
be
games
for
to
George
1.
Haughton. Still a break of serve in this first set. Easily could have been back on serve. But equally it could have been 4-love as well. So both players struggling to hold serve at the moment. But it is George Haughton just 2 games away from securing a point. in this match and how that could have a massive impact on the outcome of Box B.
Time. Fifteen love.
And now Dan Cox's turn for a booming ace out wide. That's a very cleanly hit backhand down the line. Well, a couple of them from Haughton. Kept his head down and his balance.
$40-50. Cox.
So Cox with a much more straightforward hold of serve on that occasion. 15 to, and any form of pressure right back over to his opponent Haughton. Well, looking a little surprised there, Haughton, with maybe how far that forehand sailed long. He's giving himself a little bit of work to do in his service games at the moment, struggling to win the first point or two. That's good hitting from Haughton. Cox was in control of that point and he knows it.
15-30. You.
Big hitting from Haughton.
40-30.
15-30 to 40-30 now. Chance to get himself just one game away from scooping this opening set.
Deuce. Net. Second set.
Oh my goodness! What a way for that point to end. I don't think either player was expecting that. Great adjustment from Haughton though.
Advantage, Haughton.
I think Dan Cox will feel a little bit hard done by, to be fair.
Deuce. Advantage, Haughton. Game, Haughton.
So Haughton does get the hold of serve and
Haughton
is now
leads
just
by
4 points
5
away
games
from
to 2.
taking this opening set. 22-year-old leading 5-2. So 3:30 p.m. and we're just on the third match of the day. It has been a battle of a day. My colleague Abigail Johnson is having a wee lie down to recover from both of those ridiculous clashes. No, I'm kidding. She's prepping for her next match. But Freya Christie, what a fighter she proved to be against Liz Maloney. Her third match that has gone longer than 2.5 hours in the last few days. She came through that one in the match tiebreak, and then Josh Paris defeating Julian Cash in a tight-fought match, which secured his top spot in his box. So he is now into the semi-finals as a winner. And he is waiting to find out who he will face. Will it be this man in your picture, George Haughton? Or will it be his best friend, Henry Patton, or Jack Findle Hawkins?
So yes. Long. What's that? $15. Look.
Oh, he's just pushed that long. Did everything else extremely well. I like the change up too from Cox coming forward.
Deal. $40-30.
That's a really solid point from Dan Cox there. Great movement forward, cut off the angle there. Gets his job done, holds serve. Now has to dig in deep if he's to break Haughton, as he will serve for this set.
Love 15. Love 30. Fifteen 30.
That was a rocket and a half. And he's been doing that in his service games. He's found them hard. He's often been at love 15, 15, 30. But it's been finding the first serve delivery. Did so there, but it was an incredible return get from Cox. That was a very speedy serve indeed. Well, if the previous serve wasn't huge enough at 143 miles per hour, then that serve and forehand combo certainly was even bigger. Haughton possesses a huge amount of power, and it's certainly on full show today.
Advantage Cox.
Oh, he's dipped it in. Some way, shape or form. Found the baseline. Now a second breakpoint chance here for Dan Cox. Cox gets break of serve after Haughton doing so well to lead. The competitiveness of Dan Cox prevails. Back on serve in this first set.
Time.
So things have got very interesting here indeed on court 1. George Haughton needs to win at least a set if he's to be in contention of a semi-final spot. He led 5-2, was serving for it. Now Dan Cox has fought his way back in.
Love.
Body language of Haughton looks like it's dipped ever so slightly. Needs to just stay in the present. Play this match now point by point. The lead has disappeared, but certainly doesn't mean it's over. That's a pretty decent return of serve from Haughton. Second serve just sitting up a little bit from Dan Cox. It's maybe the one area of his game where opponents can look to take it on, be aggressive.
For me, it's wide. I would have called that. If I'm calling the ball, I'm calling that fault.
Got the stare down the barrel from Cox there. I think a little bit of frustration because he disagreed with the line call, but called wide by both Haughton and the chair. So big point coming up right here. Haughton will be searching for a second serve opportunity. Cox will be desperate to get a first serve delivery in. And a top quality first serve delivery it was. The ace out wide. Oh, what a fight back from Dan Cox. 3 games on the bounce, and we're now level in this first set. Haughton is going to have to dial back in pretty quickly. This is a very important coming service game.
30 love. It
was a good backhand volley from Dan Cox. Got enough spin and angle on it, and depth as well. And that's got him in this service game.
you.
Dan Cox knew that was an opportunity. If that had gone over, it would have been a very tough pickup
40.
for Haughton.
Yes. Advantage Cox.
What a chance now for Dan Cox to break the Haughton serve once again and continue his run of games. The forehand side of George Haughton is breaking down.
Cox leads by 6 games to 5.
Dan Cox with 4 games on the trot. He is in front for the very first time in this match. Breaks the Haughton serve once again. Dan Cox, after this sit down, will serve for the first set. Well, how this first set has taken a very different momentum shift. Dan Cox now 4 points from the first set. Make that 3.
15 love. Ready, love.
You can see the frustration building on the Haughton face. Too many unforced errors in the net. It's been his undoing.
Love.
Now 3 set points for Dan Cox.
$40-50.
Haughton manages to save 1, but still 2 more in favour. The 2-time semi-finalist here at the UK Pro League.
Game. And first set.
What a turnaround from Dan Cox. He trailed 5-2 in this set, but he takes it 7-5. And George Houghton's chances qualifying for the semi-finals diminishes. Haughton must win this match. And I'm sure has a little to think about. Now his fate changed so very quickly. For Haughton, just not enough first serves in, that's for sure, 58%. Definitely needs to be in the 60s against a top quality returner like Dan Cox. And really just made too many unforced errors. Credit to Dan Cox, he fought hard to get back in this set. And we know that about him, he's a fierce competitor. Still yet to drop a set this week. And that was the closest he's come.
Second set, Haughton to serve. Love 15.
Not the ideal start for Haughton. I wonder if fatigue is a bit of an issue because his opponent is walking with a lot of purpose. But Haughton looking a little dejected, and that's understandable.
15 all. Thirty, 15. Two. Forty, 30. Yes.
So George Houghton's head has disappeared a little bit from the task in hand. Has a bit of a battle on his hands in terms of his service games, really struggling to get through them for someone who normally holds with relative ease.
Advantage, Haughton. Yes.
A really skillful return of serve from Cox there. Could see Houghton creeping into the net with the serve and volley. Kept it low down at his feet. Short angle. Really difficult to control there.
Advantage, Haughton. Yes.
A very similar story to the first game of the match, where Cox did have a break point chance, but Houghton managed to hang on in what was a lengthy game. Multiple juices.
Advantage, Cox.
A very lengthy rally to hand down
First game,
Cox the crucial
second
break
set.
of serve in the opening game of the second set. He gets the early breakthrough. That is exactly what he will have wanted. Six straight games for Dan Cox. They're trailing 5-2 in the first set. This one turning out to be a battle. It's been a battle all day on court one. And the first two matches extremely lengthy. 2 hours 49 minutes the first match between Freya Christie and Elise Maloney. Interestingly, on court two, we're on our penultimate match of the day. Here on court one, we're on our third. So still 3 more matches to come on court one at the moment. Oh, that is outrageous.
Love 15.
That is some amount of skill, and no wonder there's an applause and a smile. Save that one for the highlights reel.
$30-15.
Just got tangled up there.
Mind the language, please, George.
Did Haughton at the net with his feet with the volley, and just a little word from the chair umpire to the language. Not surprised he's frustrated. Doesn't want to pick up a warning. That's not going to help his cause though.
15.
Dan Cox is hitting the ball with relative ease now. So Cox consolidates the break to 15, and at the moment he's looking firmly in control of this match. The way things are going right now, the semi-finalist from week 3, George Haughton, looks like he will not be making the top 4.
15 all.
At the moment, the confidence and the finesse has deserted George Haughton. You can see the shake of the head there. Things just not going to plan for him right now.
T15. T50.
Yes, sir.
Haughton.
Drilled passing shot down the line.
2 games to 1.
No celebration though, and that's understandable. Not playing the type of tennis he wants to right at the moment. Dan Cox with set and a break. Over on court 2, Mason Recchi has broken. And he leads Tom Hands by 4 games to 2. Following that match, Dan Little and Jack Gibbons will round off the day's play on there. Mason Recchi with 1 win so far this week against Julian Cash. So Recchi looking to equal the number of points Cash is on with 6, and he would finish higher than him because he does have the advantage in the head-to-head this week.
Love. 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 T15.
Haughton pulling out a big forehand winner. Needs a few more of those.
Game Cox. Cox leads by 3-1.
Cox holding serve once again. Just 3 games away from a clean sheet in the group stages. Haughton now must hold service game here.
Love 15.
Well, it looked like Cox was in control of that point, but
15-0.
somehow Haughton managed to turn defence into attack, and once again the forehand prevailing. Seems to have come back to life a little bit.
Fifteen 30.
Cox just so good off the return of serve. Does a great job of reading it, and also the execution on the return, top notch.
That's you. Thirty 40.
Punishing tennis from Dan
And
Cox. And
Cox
double
leads by
break
4-1.
in favour of the 2-time semi-finalist, who is cruising in this second set. Sits down very happy with his day's work so far. George Haughton, though, just hasn't managed to find a way past him after playing a very solid opening 7 games, leading 5-2. Has since then only got 1 game on the board.
Time. First serve. Love 15. Fifteen. 30-15.
Cox just hugs the baseline so well, takes it so early. It just means that Haughton, or any opponent for that matter, has so little time.
Thirty.
That happens to the best of us, George. Just gotta hate it when it's caught on camera. Haughton here, though, showing some fighting spirit. Breakpoint chance to get one of these breaks back.
Game.
And he does.
Haughton.
Cox just taking his foot off the gas ever so slightly. Haughton coming back to life.
Fifteen. 19. Second serve.
That's a really well guided
15-13.
volley over the net. See the tactic from Cox immediately as he hit the return is to move forward. Attack the Haughton second serve. Now has his opponent 15-30. Now another couple of breakpoint chances for Dan Cox. 15-40. How big was that ball hit? Dan Cox walks to the bench with a real sense of purpose after breaking the Haughton serve once again. Now Dan Cox just one game away from a 5th successive win here at the UK Pro League.
Time.
So over on court 2, Mason Recchi has scooped the opening set against Tom Hans 6-4. Here on court 1 though, Dan Cox looking to wrap up his final group stage match.
No. No. 30-15.
Big serving deliveries from Dan Cox, bringing up 2 match points.
Match, Cox.
Dan Cox cleans up in box B this week. 5 wins from 5. Didn't drop a set. Had to fight a little bit harder. Trailed 5-2 in the opening set. Pulled it back. Defeated George Haughton 7-5, 6-2. He will be into the semi-finals tomorrow against Luke Johnson. Dan Cox already been in the semi-finals twice before weeks 1 and 2 of the UK Pro League. And he'll be looking to go one further tomorrow. Pretty solid performance from him. Up the ante when he was trailing 5-2. And he'll be pleased to get through that, having not dropped a set. So that concludes our third match here on Court 1. 3 more matches for you. 1 more to come on our BT Sport Extra coverage of the final 2 of the day, available to watch at ukproleague.com. As we say goodbye to George Haughton from his chances of qualifying for the semi-finals, snuffed out by a man informed Dan Cox. So coming up next, it is a battle for the semi-final spot for the second place in box B between Nadia Rosson and Emma Wilson. Who will prevail into the top 4? Well, I will take you through that match very shortly indeed. Welcome back to the coverage of Day 5 of Week 4 of the UK Pro League 2021. It is the final day of the group stages. Semi-finals tomorrow and final on Sunday. A lot at stake in this next match between Nadia Rosson and Emma Wilson. It is a two-way shootout to see who qualifies second in their group. Top two, of course, qualifying for the semi-finals. We know already that Emily Appleton has qualified from this group in the top spot. She will face Alice Gillen tomorrow in that semi-final, but whoever wins this match will face Elise Maloney, the winner of Week 3, who had a marathon match first up today against Freya Christie. So Maloney, I'm sure, will be sitting watching this, relaxing right now, trying to get to know both of these games. Emma Wilson making her debut this week at the UK Pro League 2021. 24 years of age, from Newcastle, with a slight Arizona accent as she went to University of Arizona, where she played tennis there, studied maths. She was ranked Britain's #1 under 18. Hasn't played a lot of tennis at all this year. Monday was her first match of the year, and she played Alicia Barnett, lost 6-3, 7-5. Was not a bad effort at all against a much higher ranked player. She took Emily Appleton to 3 sets on day 2. 10-7 in the match tiebreak. Appleton came through that one, but Emma Wilson did a good job of losing the first set 7-5, but coming back, winning the second 6-4. Served very well in that match. Does have a big first serve in particular. The second serve delivery similar to that of the first. So expect some big hitting from this 24-year-old. So it was 2 tight losses on days 1 and 2, but then the wins started to arrive from day 3. Beat Danielle Daly 6-4, 6-2, and then Angelina Grozovic 6-1, 6-2. And that is what has put her in contention for a semi-final spot, sitting on 7 points. But her opponent, 22-year-old Nadia Rosson, who has won 5 out of her last 6 matches, been playing some pretty good tennis this week indeed, is sitting 1 point ahead of her in the group. So a must-win match for both of these players if they are to hope to advance to the semi-finals. Nadia Rosson knows these courts inside out. Student here at Loughborough Uni, studied sport and exercise science. Her matches this year have only been UK Pro League. Week 1 she came 10th. Week 2, 7th. Week 3 was 9th. And now week 4, well, it will be her best result no matter what, because she is, as I mentioned, in contention for a semi-final spot. She began the week beating Angelina Grozovic 2-love, then lost the first set against Alicia Barnett, but Barnett had to retire due to illness. Lost to Emily Appleton, understandably. 6-1, 6-love, and then beat Danielle Daly 7-5, 6-4. So what a contest this is set out to be.
Love 15. 30-15.
There's an example of the big service delivery from Wilson. It's hit really flat, so flies through the court. Nice shot from Wilson. Drew Rosson into the court. Rosson didn't do enough with the approach shot, and it was there for the taking.
Thirty. Game, Wilson.
Solid start
First
from
game.
Emma Wilson, who's played some pretty good tennis this week. Played just 15 matches in 2020, none in 2019 and 1 in 2018, so 17 odd matches in 3 years, but was playing competitively at university in Arizona. She's had a little trouble with injury too, so great to see her back on the court, doing well here at the Pro League. And fighting hard right now for a spot in the semi-final.
Nadia Rosson to serve. Love.
That's good hitting from Wilson, dictating play from the back of the court, sending Rosson here, there and everywhere.
Thirty 15. 40-50. Game, Rosson. 1 game all.
So Rosson holds, gets herself on the board here. That will settle any nerves. I'm sure both players will be aware of what's at stake. I know some of them try not to look at what's going on in the group. For example, Freya Christie does that. She just takes every match individually, but many others are aware exactly what goes on.
Love.
Well, that was very good tennis.
30
Really well
love.
played from Wilson. The forehand created such a big opening. It was a straightforward drive volley winner.
$30-50.
It was a bit of a Radvanska-esque forehand. Agnieszka Radvanska, tired a couple of years ago.
Right. First serve. $40-50.
Lovely change of direction
Okay,
down the line there
Wilson.
from Wilson, and smart to draw it short as well. She
Wilson
holds
leads
serve
by
with
2
ease.
games to 1.
2-1 in this opening set. Neither player looking nervy, both hitting the ball pretty solidly. This is our 4th match of the day on court 1. Our final match on our BT Sport Extra coverage today. The final 2 matches to come will be available at ukproleague.com. Meanwhile, over on court 2, Mason Recchi is on course for a second victory this week, leads 6-4, 4-3.
Time.
Just one final match to come on court 2. They've been motoring today. Dan Little and Jack Gibbons are rounding things off. Here on court 1, though, it's been a constant tug of war throughout the day, with Freya Christie and Elise Maloney setting the standard. The 2-hour and 49-minute match.
Love 15. Love 30.
So Rosson now in a wee spot of bother. Love 30 on her serve. Just to find a way to get back in this service game.
Love 40.
So now 3 breakpoint chances. Triple breakpoint for Emma Wilson to try and make a wee breakthrough here.
Game, Wilson.
And she takes it. Emma Wilson looking very confident at the moment in her game
Wilson
plan.
leads by 3 games to 1.
Gets the break of serve. For someone who played their first match of the year just a few days ago, she's playing some really solid tennis. Often the consistency and the timing can go a little bit, but it doesn't seem to have phased her. Not to mention the body as well.
Love 15. Love 30. 15-30.
Understandably, Rosson annoyed after getting herself in a good position to try and break back, sends in an unforced error. Well, an immediate chance for Rosson now to break right back. It was a good body serve from Wilson, jamming Rosson right up. Certainly want to know going forwards.
Advantage, Rosson.
Well, it was great defence from Rosson to get herself back in the point, but Wilson coming up with a stunner of a forehand there. Under pressure too. That was at break point down, don't forget.
Advantage, Wilson.
Well, that was an opportunity because the slice from Wilson sat up. Maybe just a little indecision from Rosson there.
Game, Wilson. Wilson leads by 4-1.
Well, Wilson consolidates the break. Had to work particularly hard there, though. Rosson let 2 breakpoint chances go by. Now, Wilson in control of this first set. Can't yawn in the chair. Catch you on camera, Jacob. Been doing a great job in the chair all week long.
Time. Fifteen love. Net first serve.
Big hitting backhand from Wilson. It's the down the line right now that's getting the better of Rosson.
Fifteen 30. Nets. First serve.
Nice pick up from Rosson. Wilson didn't do enough with the approach shot, right in the hitting zone. Get all the facial expressions from Emma Wilson. Can tell exactly what she's thinking.
30-40. Deuce.
Oh, well, I don't know if that was the cleanest hit from
Wilson.
Wilson there, but she'll take it. The frame is there to be used. Brings up second breakpoint chance here. Nice response though from Rosson. Lovely 1-2 punch there.
Deuce. Advantage, Rosson.
Just not able to find the court with that backhand. It was the right shot. It was the space. Just needed a bit more spin on the ball to dip it back in.
Advantage, Wilson. Net. First serve. Deuce.
The longest game of the match by some margin. Could be pivotal to the outcome of this first set.
Advantage.
Wilson the aggressor in that point, but just went for too much on the final forehand. No chance for Rosson to hold.
Yes. One in the back where the entrance is. Advantage, Wilson.
The numerous chances for Wilson in this game. You can see a bit of strain on her face because she knows she's had the opportunities, just hasn't managed to convert. How she would love to extend this set to 5-1. She does.
Okay.
Ball has gone long from the Rosson racket. Now Wilson just one game away,
Wilson leads by 5 games to
taking
1.
this first set.
Love 15. Fifteen-all. Nets, first serve. 15-30.
Big hitting from Rosson there.
15-14.
Her turn to drill the ball down the line for a winner. Nice to see Rosson showing some character, some grit here, digging in, trying to break the Wilson serve. That's tough when you're facing deliveries like that.
14. Rosson.
Rosson does break.
Rosson leads by 5
I'm
games.
sending
to
a
2.
message to her opponent to say she's not down and out in this first set. Got one of them back. There's a couple more to negotiate. So over on court 2, Mason Recchi did get his second win of the week, 6-4, 6-4. He defeated Tom Hans. And that actually benefits him in the outcome of box A. He's now on
Side.
6 points. He will finish third. Ahead of Julian Cash because of their head-to-head from earlier in the week. So that's a best group finish for Mason Recchi so far. And we'll have to wait and find out who his opponent will be, because Jack Findle Hawkins and Henry Patton face off later.
Love. Love.
So now Nadia Rosson just giving Emma Wilson something to think about here. It's tricky to serve out a set when you know there's a semi-final place at stake. Much easier to come from behind in this situation. That's much better tennis, much more confident tennis from Rosson. Good footwork. Contact point right out in front. No wonder there's a wee fist pump as well.
Nets. First up.
A really solid love hold from Nadia Rosson. 2 games on the bounce, and now a big one coming up here. Has to get this break of serve if she's to stay in this set. Wilson has served for the set once before at 5-1. Now is a second go.
15 love. Nadia. 30 love.
So I think
The one
Rosson
next to the chair is from that court. I believe those two are ours.
thinking
The
it
one
was
next to the
just
chair
long,
is
but overruled.
Yeah, that one's ours. That one's not. No. And then one of those two there isn't.
So figuring out the ball situation. No ball kids or line judges due to the pandemic. So the players calling their own lines, and chair can overrule, as we've seen. So now Wilson just 2 points away from this first set. Nadia Rosson is not done yet, though.
No, Emma. 30 all.
So Wilson calling it out, but overruled by the chair umpire. She wasn't too pleased. Now from 30 love to 30 all.
Forty, 30. Game. And first set, Wilson.
So the first set wrapped up for Emma Wilson. It wasn't the easiest to consolidate there, but she got the job done. Edges closer to a place in the semi-finals. So this is our fourth match of the day on court 1. been a battle of the day. So many tight matches. As we take a look at the numbers from the set. Also not enough first serves in there. Started to really come to life towards the end of that second set. So despite it not going her way, certainly looked to have upped her level in the last 5 or 10 minutes. So as we're on our 4th match of the day, Court 2 are in the middle of their final match of the day, their 6th. Been racing through. Dan Little leads Jack Gibbons 4-love in the first set. Dan Little came in for Billy Harris a couple of days ago, who had to unfortunately withdraw with a shoulder injury. Billy Harris. A very, very good lookalike of the young
Rosson
David Bowie.
to serve.
We wish him a speedy recovery with his shoulder.
Love 15.
That's good net coverage from Rosson. That was not an easy shot to hit at all.
15.
Kept her composure, that's for sure. She really loves that 1-2 punch, particularly off the forehand side. Goes down the line regularly, but that's credit to the quality of the serve. She delivers, manages to pull her opponent out of the court.
$40-15. Game, Rosson. First game. Second.
Nice response from Rosson after dropping the first set, getting the all-important hold of serve. Just steadying the ship a little bit. These two ladies playing for a spot in the semi-finals. We know the other 3 semi-finalists. Winner of Box A is Elise Maloney. She will play the winner of this match tomorrow. And then on the other side of the draw, Emily Appleton, even though she still has to play Angelina Grozovic, has already qualified in spot numero uno in Box B. And she'll take on the runner-up from Box A, who is Alice Gillen. Semi-finalist before Alice. Emily Appleton, twice the winner, once runner-up. Runner-up to Elise Maloney in week 3. Has been having a good time of it of late in terms of her tennis results.
15 love. 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 Game, Wilson. New balls, please.
A love hold for Rosson,
Game.
giving that game the treatment. New balls. So I mentioned who the women's semi-finalists are, other than the winner of this match. On the men's side of things, we already have Josh Paris as the winner of Box 8. We're waiting to find out who he will face. It's looking to be either Jack Findle Hawkins or Henry Patton. The other two, Dan Cox and Luke Johnson. Oh, well played. Great hustle on Nadia Rosson there. Just a flick of the wrist. There you go.
15 love.
This one here showed great strength.
Love.
A big hitting from Wilson.
30-50.
Loves that forehand wing. Is able to generate quite a lot of pace on it.
40-50. Game, Rosson.
So second set going with
Rosson
serve
leads by
at the
2
moment.
games to 1.
Rosson having dropped just 2 points the last 2 service games. Did drop the first set though 6-3 in favour of Emma Wilson, but leading 2-1 in the second. Let's keep you up to date with the action on court 2, of course. Don Little's having a very good day indeed. 5-love, he leads Jack Gibbons.
Time.
Already has 1 win under his belt too. He beat Jack Findle Hawkins 2-3 just yesterday, so having come in on Thursday to replace Billy Harris, he's doing very well indeed.
Love.
That's good stuff from Wilson, using the forehand to dictate play once again. Incredible depth right in the corner.
Thirty 50. That's you.
That's a gutsy serve out wide on the second serve delivery. 30 all, 1-2. Gamble paid off though.
No. Game, Wilson. Two games all.
That's good stuff from Wilson. Likes being aggressive from the back of the court.
Love 15.
Also immediately off the return of serve and takes the ball out the air with ease. Frustration starting to build for Rosson. And Wilson letting Rosson off the hook here.
$30-15. $30. $40-30. Use. Advantage, Rosson. Nets. That's it. Game, Rosson. Rosson leads by 3-2.
Still on serve in the second set. Rosson leading 3-2. Wilson with the first though. 6-3. Place in the semi-finals at stake here. 2 and Annie Rosson doing everything she possibly can to hang on. Try and secure that spot here at Loughborough University. She went to university, knows these courts very well indeed. Trains here.
Time.
Did a placement here as a strength and conditioning coach here as well. Picked up some big wins last year during UK Pro Series. Beat Emily Appleton 1 week and Elise Maloney as well. Add on to that Beth Gray. So she is capable of coming up with the goods when required, and that is certainly what she's trying to do right now.
Fifteen. 15-0. Thirty 15.
Should be annoying to give away that forced error. It was a routine shot.
Wilson.
Well, neither player budging at the moment.
3 games.
It's been all holds of serve in the second set. And as the set progresses, the stakes get higher and higher. And that's one that Wilson will want to erase from her memory.
15. Thirty, 15. Forty, 15.
Big serving from Rosson there. That will certainly help her along in her case of holding serve. Her serve percentage in the opening set less than that of her opponents. It was something she really needed to up in the second set, and certainly has done. Lovely backhand strike from Wilson. She does like the down the line one. That one executed with perfection.
Please. Deuce.
And that double fault allows Wilson back in the service game. It's a really crucial time of the second set, and I'm sure both players will be very well aware of that. Nerves can easily creep in. The end could be in sight for Wilson. Right now, Rosson just needs to take it point by point.
Advantage, Rosson.
Wilson managed to get back to deuce there, but unable to produce the goods. Couple of unforced errors. Rosson now out front 4-3, still on serve in the second set. Emma Wilson with the first. Well, this match unfolds on court 1 over on court 2. Dan Little did take that first set 6-1 against Jack Gibbons. And they're now locked at 2-2 in the second. That's the last match on court 2 at the moment. I expect one from court 1 might head over there, as we still have 2 matches to come following this. Both of those available at ukproleague.com. And a very important one in terms of who reaches the semi-finals between Jack Fiddle-Hawkins and Henry Patton last on today. Right now, Emma Wilson doing her level best to secure her semi-final spot. Nadia Rosson, though, standing up in her way well and truly.
Fifteen.
That's too good from Rosson. Going back behind Wilson.
15-30.
Catching her out as she darted to the other side of the court. That second serve was there for the taking. Deserved the punishment it received because it sat right up in the middle of the box. Now what a chance for Nadia Rosson to try and break serve. Oh, she's just mistimed that.
30-40.
Still has one break point to face. That's too good though from Wilson, under pressure. Seemed very relaxed indeed, just stuck to her game plan. And it's pegged back to deuce.
Advantage, Rosson.
Rosson gets the breakthrough. What a turn of events here in the second set.
Britain leads by 5 games to 3.
Huge opportunity here for the 22-year-old to close out the second set and keep herself in with a chance of qualifying for these semi-finals. But has got a knuckle down here. Can't be giving away unforced errors when she's worked so hard to get herself in this
One went through the curtain.
leading position in the second set.
What's that? 3, I think. Got it or not? No.
So searching for the correct balls. I mentioned no line judges or ball kids due to the pandemic, and so easily the balls can get stuck behind the curtains. Right now though, Nadia Rosson has to dial back into exactly what is happening here on court 1. She is serving for the second set. Semi-final spot at stake. Rosson doing so well to get back in that point because Wilson seemed to have control of it, but she was scampering around at the back of the court, turning defence into attack there. Wilson's feet just getting well and truly planted in the wrong spot. So now just 2 points away from levelling this match, taking it to match tie break. Now, 2 set points for Nadia Rosson.
Game. In the second set, Rosson by 6 games to 3.
Oh, what an effort from 22-year-old Nadia Rosson. She levels this match at 1 set all. We are going the distance to the match tiebreak to decide who will get the final top 4 place available.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the set break, a 10-point tiebreak will be played to decide the match.
So 10-point tiebreak to decide the match, as chair umpire just announced. Emma Wilson has played one of these earlier in the week against Emily Appleton. Appleton won that 10-7. So she'll be looking to reverse the fate this time. Look at that first serve percentage now for Nadia Rosson. It's skyrocketed into the 70s, which has certainly helped her get back in this match. Wilson didn't manage to get a break point chance throughout the whole set. And look, 70% of
Match
the first
tie
serve points won and 71% on the second.
Wilson to serve.
Just shows how dominant Nadia Rosson was with her serve. Has to be here now too.
1-0.
But on that occasion, Emma Wilson was. This is the first time this week that Rosson has gone to the match tiebreak.
Wilson.
So a little extra injection of pace gets Wilson the early advantage. You can see from the reaction that miss stings Rosson. That was on a racket.
Wilson. Wilson.
Well, in double quick time, Wilson is halfway there, taking this match tiebreak. Perfect start. For the 24-year-old, but Nadia Rosson's going to have to find something pretty quick if she's to come back. Rosson gets on the board in this match tiebreak, and how important could that be? The drop shot sitting up. And Rosson giving it the treatment as the switch ends. Five-love lead for Emma Wilson. Rosson now facing a 4-point deficit. A big serving when she really required it.
5-2.
That's gutsy stuff from Rosson. Has to try and get one of the next 2 points on the Wilson serve, but certainly Emma Wilson will have very different ideas.
6-2. Wilson.
That's well fought by Rosson. Both players exchanging angles. Certainly at the moment, it's Wilson with the upper hand. Now 3 times Wilson's hit a forehand drive volley in this match, and 3 times she has won the point.
Wilson.
Watched that ball like a hawk onto the racket.
Seven, 4.
She approached cross court to the side where Wilson remained, but she got away with it. And the pressure, the intensity heightening in this match tiebreak.
Wilson.
At this change of ends now, Wilson just 2 points from victory. Really has been a case of Wilson getting off to the better start. It's very difficult to come back in a match tiebreak when you're at 5 love deficit. Pushed it long, and that could be a case of nerves. Might have been a tight arm hitting that forehand. And now Rosson has 2 points on her serve to try and get back in this match tiebreak.
Net, that's up. Eight, 6. Wilson.
Now just 2 points in it. Oh, it's wide.
7. Wilson.
And 2 forehand unforced errors from the Wilson racket has allowed Rosson right back in this match tiebreak. Just 1 point separating the pair. Would you believe it? From 8-4 to 8-all. Well, what a turnaround for Nadia Rosson.
9-8.
5 straight points for her this time. And crucially, it's now match point. Well, what a win for Nadia Rosson.
By 2 sets to 1.
Comes back from 8-4 down in the match tiebreak. And that secures her spot in the semi-finals here at the UK Pro League. And you can see exactly what it means to her. Delighted to get that victory. Was a set down. Dropped that first set 6-3, but worked so hard to win the second. Oh, and she's overcome with emotion there. Understandable. She's worked so hard all week long and every single week of UK Pro League so far. And in the semi-finals for the very first time. Tomorrow she will face Elise Maloney, winner of week 3. So, delight for Nadia Rosson, who is in tomorrow's semi-final. And I'm sure a little bit of heartbreak for Emma Wilson in her first week of UK Pro League this season. She'll be disappointed not to have come through that, having led 8-4 in that match tiebreak. Nevertheless, put in a great effort this evening once again. Has played some really good tennis this week and will come back tomorrow. Of course, every single player placed in the UK Pro League. So we have our women's semi-finalists, Eliz Maloney and Nadia Rosson, Emily Appleton and Alice Gillen. So much to look forward to tomorrow. The men's semi-finals too. Josh Paris will face either Henry Patton or Jack Findle Hawkins, and then Dan Cox will face Luke Johnson. And that concludes our coverage of day 5 of UK Pro League on BT Sport Extra. If you'd like to watch the final match of the day here on Court 1 between Emily Appleton and Angelina Grozovic, then please do head over to ukproleague.com. But from myself, Jenny Drummond and Abigail Johnson, we'll see you tomorrow at 10 AM when coverage of the semi-finals begins. But thank you so much for joining us. Have a very good evening. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Court 1 at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre for the final match of the day. Here on the final day of group stage action, week 4 of the UK Pro League. It is the week 1 and 2 winner herself, Emily Appleton, on court, looking to keep a clean sheet in the round robin stage. The 21-year-old up against 19-year-old Angelina Grozovic. It's Abigail Johnson here to take you through this match. Appleton on a 20-game win streak. Not 20 matches, 20 games after a double bagel of Sophia Johnson yesterday, looking to keep the red-hot form rolling.
Ready, play. 15 love.
And there are going to be a few of those. Hit a game of aces in the week 1 final over Beth Gray. And with 4 match wins under her belt this week, Appleton is going to feel pretty warmed up. We know all about the big hitting power of Appleton, and it's going to be a real challenge for Grozovic, who hasn't managed to pick up a victory this week.
40 love.
And also said that she's playing on indoor hard courts for the first time this week. Born and grew up in Australia, spent a couple of years living out in Turkey as well. Says that she's a clay courter. And the pace of the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre is just another level to what she's played on before. Oh, but that will get her into her stride. Steady off the slice from Appleton.
Nets, first serve. Forty, 30.
Well, this match doesn't really count for anything in the group standings. Appleton, with 11 points currently on the board in Box B, confirmed to go through into tomorrow's semi-finals. First place in the group. She'll be taking on Alice Gillen. Grozovic, though, looking to get some form going.
Net, first serve. Game, Appleton.
And it's an ace to close after the ace to open. Emily Appleton on the board, getting things up and running. Matches the game win streak with her age, 21 years old, and was first noteworthy on the junior circuit. She reached the world's top 10 in juniors. Played the Grand Slams.
Angelina Grozovic to serve. Wait, please. Love 15.
Appleton with her coach David Collins back courtside after a week coaching at St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club. here for the dramatic finals weekend out.
Love 30.
And it's a tough challenge for Grozovic here, not used to the indoor conditions, and when you couple that with Appleton's flat, heavy power, and the fact that this is a 5th match of the week, certainly going to be her toughest opponent so far. And she gets the pickup done as well.
Love 40.
And Grozovic trying to move Appleton around, but she is going to be pretty sharp at this stage of the week. It's a triple break point chance.
Game, Appleton.
And that return comes in too quick. Emily Appleton with the early break.
Appleton leads by 2 games to love.
In her final group stage match of the week, she has been pushed right down the wire just the once against Emma Wilson in her 2nd match of the event this week. 10-7 in the match tiebreak, she triumphed. A bit of a heartbreaker for Wilson just now. Had the lead in the match tiebreak, but went down 10-8 to Nadia Rosson, meaning that it's Rosson instead of Wilson in the semis. And she will be taking on Elise Maloney tomorrow, the week 3 winner. Week 2 runner-up has become Emily Appleton's key rival here in Loughborough.
Love. 40 love. Game, Appleton.
And the emphatic consolidation for Appleton.
3 games to love.
Hasn't dropped a point in the last 2 games. And given that it was a long wait today, she's made an impressive start. It was an absolute battle to launch the day on court 1. Freya Christie and Elise Maloney fighting it out for 2 hours and 50 minutes. And essentially, Christie coming back from that 1 hour, 36-minute first set loss to triumph in a match tiebreak. That was so big for her mentally, getting the 2 points. And week 1 winner Josh Paris booked his place at the top of his group with a straight sets defeat of Julian Cash. Dan Cox consolidated his by beating George Haughton 7-5, 6-2. And just now, Nadia Rosson coming past Emma Wilson from a set down.
Love 15.
And Grozovic, one of 7 children and the youngest at that. She has 5 older sisters and an older brother. who's a footballer. Sport runs in the family. Her mum was a hurdler, her dad was a boxer, so they encouraged her down the tennis route. Started around the age of 7. Just decided she wanted to give it a go and took it more seriously from there. She quit school at the age of 16 to try and focus more on the tennis, knowing that she could come back to her studies and to a potential university degree if it didn't work out. She says she's very laid back off the court, but she can get quite intense on it because she knows how much she's sacrificed to be here, and she knows that she's capable of better than what she feels she's been showing recently. And Appleton is more than going to expose any vulnerabilities because she is so well warmed up. Break point for the double break.
Game, Appleton.
And that second serve was going to be under all kinds of pressure. So Appleton with the double break, looking to consolidate.
Net. First serve.
Well, Appleton here in Loughborough for the 4th straight week, finished up in first place on the opening 2. Runner-up to Maloney during week 3. Had a 15-match win streak going at one stage. It was going to take its toll.
40-15.
But if fatigue is lingering, and she did bring an injury that she picked up in training last week into this one, that huge first serve is going to help pick up a lot of cheap points.
Game, Appleton.
Point proved.
Appleton leads by 5 games.
That's the win streak of games extended to 25 for Emily Appleton, and she's 1 game away from this opening set. So Appleton looking secure. Her current ranking of 750 is no reflection of the quality that we've seen from her here in Loughborough, and indeed last summer at the UK Pro Series at her home club, St George's Hill. Looking to get back out on that international circuit to pick some ranking points up. At the UK Pro League, she's taken the opportunity to try out some new skills as well. We've had her in the commentary box a couple of times. Oh, hello to the angle. That was a lightning return from Appleton. She was here watching on for one of Angelina's previous matches against Sophia Johnson, so she would have been taking her notes.
$15.30.
She will cover the court relentlessly as well, Appleton, forcing the extra balls. And that ball from her racket has such a low, fast trajectory, combined with the conditions here at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre. It is causing Grozovic some serious problems. It's double set point on the return.
Game and first set, Appleton.
And there it is. Emily Appleton wraps it up 2-love in the opening set. Does it on the return, which means that the second set will be on her racket. David Collins always sat there taking notes, but I think he just needs to put a large tick on that piece of paper. Not too much wrong from Appleton. And you can see Grozovic only able to pick up a handful of points in total because Appleton was just relentless. Big gulf here in terms of ranking, in terms of experience. Appleton really laying it down on court one and showing what she's about. Well, we have the referee Sultan Gangji on court. So I'm not sure what this might be about. Maybe the trainer has been called. So Appleton with that set takes her total number of points in box B to 12. Always 15 on offer during the group stage, looking to bag a potential 14 with a straight sets win here. The trainer is on court, and it is for Angelina Grozovic. So Appleton will just have to wait this one out. Youngest of a fairly large family herself, Appleton. She has 3 older half-siblings on her dad's side. Her dad, a former professional tennis player. And her brother, Stevie Appleton, is a musician. He dropped a new EP a few weeks ago. Around 450,000 monthly listeners even on Spotify, which is not bad at all. So making a name for himself in a different industry. So medical timeout starts for Grozovic. There's 3 minutes on this. Over on court 2, the final match. Well, what was going to be the final match of the day on court 1. Jack Findle Hawkins up against Henry Patton, shifted over there. They are 2-2 in the first set. Patton, a finalist, runner-up to Anton Matusovic during week 3 of competition. Produced an absolute stunner in the semi-finals when he beat Julian Cash in straight sets despite not having a single break point. That was something else. A roundup of the results earlier today from court 2 then. Alice Gillen wrapping it up in straight sets in the first match of the day over Catherine Barnes, booking her place in the semi-finals. And Luke Johnson delivering a 6-4, 6-love defeat to Will Nolan. And then Danielle Daly got it done 6-2, 6-2 over Sophia Johnson. Katerina Stresnikova 6-4, 6-1 over Giselle Fernandez. And then Mason Recchi picking up another straight sets win before the straight sets win for Dan Little over Jack Gibbons, who is Angelina's boyfriend. They live down south in London, and that's why Grozovic is eligible to play the UK Pro League. She was born in Australia, grew up there in Sydney, but is now based in the UK. So Appleton has been on her feet, just trying to keep the blood flowing and the rhythm going that she built up in that opening set, keeping up her win streak of games.
Second set, Appleton to serve. $15-love. $30-love. $40-love.
Back to business for Appleton, and with that first set under her belt, she will be absolutely swinging.
Game, Appleton.
There's another ace.
First game, second set.
The 6th of the match for Appleton, fired out wide. Has won all but 2 of her first serve points, Appleton, so Grozovic has to do what she can when the ball is on her racket to start here.
$15-love.
Oh, pierced the line.
15 all.
And the players having to call their own lines here at the UK Pro League due to the pandemic, absence of line judges, and I wouldn't want to be making that call when the ball comes so fast. Just changing it up as well. Because she's got such a big hitting power game, Appleton, and her opponents have to hang back somewhat to try and be ready for those bullets flying from her racket strings. It can be really effective for her to suddenly drop a ball short, and we've seen that drop shot come into play from her a few times this week. Well, she lifted it. Utilised the net cord on that occasion, Grozovic. Kept steady.
Thirty, 40.
Perfect break point conversion rate out here for Appleton, 3 of 3. Looking to keep that going. And Grozovic hangs on.
Use.
Takes a game to deuce for the first time. Something to build on.
Advantage, Grozovic.
The slice reeling that ball into Grozovic, couldn't control it. Was on the brink of snapping Appleton's win streak of games at 27. But this one continues.
Advantage, Appleton.
And there it is, the break does go Appleton's way.
Appleton leads by 2 games to love.
Tough one at the office for Grozovic. Still getting used to these conditions. Appleton absolutely nailing her shots. And it looked like she had some kind of issue with her foot or one of her toes during that medical timeout, so that might be playing on her mind.
15 love. 30 love.
Unstoppable service bombs. There is a real gulf in that regard. Appleton has worked so hard on improving her strengths.
Net, second serve.
And put that one perfectly into the slot.
40 love.
Anticipated that it wasn't going to be done with the dropper, so was more than ready behind to finish off. And
Appleton.
another ace landed. Always surprised when it's coming from the racket of Appleton.
Leads by 3 games to love.
Keeps up her dominant display. And it is impressive, really, when a player is such the heavy favourite as Appleton is in this one, that she's still able to come out and produce, win every game. There was that game point on serve for Grozovic. Appleton could have tightened, but she absolutely went after it.
Tie.
Grozovic with a huge task on her hands to stop Appleton from sailing through this one. She's showing exactly why she's been the most successful player of the UK Pro League to date. The only competitor in either the men's or women's draws to reach every single final so far.
Fifteen.
Well, we've seen that one before.
Tino.
Ripping it casually, Emily Appleton. Hitting with a lot more pace on her ground stroke. She's got ample time to line up for that shot.
Thirty, 15. Forty, 15. Forty, 30.
Still with a chance to get a game on the board here, Grozovic. be so easy to feel like this match is racing away. Appleton playing a big, quick, hitting game. Needs to take the time to slow it down. And that's frustrating for her. A couple of game points come and go. What I mean by slowing this down is that when it's on her racket, when she's serving, she can take that extra deep breath before the point begins. She doesn't have to feel like she's being rushed as much. Oh, she didn't need that.
Advantage, Appleton.
But it's dropped over anyway, and from a double game point down, Appleton, who didn't even flinch, couldn't read anything from her, has break point for the double break advantage. Rhythmically done.
Game, Appleton. Appleton leads by 4 games to love.
As loose as if she were on the practice court, Emily Appleton is 2 games away from getting it done. The frustration for Grozovic showing. A couple of chances she's had to get a foothold in this set. And she will be feeling particularly bitter that the double fault fell on game point when it was on her racket. That's the pressure Appleton puts on you, though. Even at game points down, never far away.
Fifteen love.
It was a blistering second serve, an even bigger first serve.
Love.
Just because the one serve and a point isn't enough, Appleton fires down a second. Smash from the baseline, sealing that emphatic lead in the second set. Jelena Grozovic on the brink, has to serve to stay in the match. So the 4 semi-finals, first up on court 1 tomorrow, kicking off at 10 a.m. They will be broadcast via BT Sport ESPN. The remainder of the action on court 1 and all the matches on court 2 can be found via ukproleague.com.
love 15.
Had to try something different, Grozovic, but Appleton was onto it.
Angelina, let's come right back behind you. Ned, first serve. Love 30.
Well, you can see how Appleton has Grozovic stuck for options. The underarm serve to start this game. She's tried pulling her to the forecourt. She's tried coming forwards herself. It's difficult to go up against that power.
$15-30.
Another underarm serve attempted, but nothing was throwing Appleton's rhythm or her balance out here.
15-40.
Seeing the ball like a football, and it is double match point for Emily Appleton. One with a drop shot, 32 straight games won by the week 1 and 2 winner, Emily Appleton, who is on a roll here in Loughborough and takes this fiery form into tomorrow's semi-finals, where she will be up against Alice Gillen for a spot in the grand finale. Angelina Grozovic was going to be up against it in this one. And Appleton's power and precision and serving prowess just too much. You can see the contrast in the total number of points won. And it was Appleton who was the only player able to generate break point opportunities with a pretty strong conversion rate. And nothing like an emphatic win from the UK Pro League's most successful player to wrap up another dramatic day of action on court 1. Quite the contrast between the last match of the day and the opening 2-hour and 50-minute marathon between Christie and Elise Maloney, but it shows the extremes of tennis and how you never really know how things might turn out. That brings us to the end of the final day of group stage action here at week 4 of competition. Play continues over on court 2, where Jack Findle-Hawkins and Henry Patton are battling it out in the opening set. If you want to watch that match, it can be found via ukproleague.com. But we're all done here on court 1, and we will be back tomorrow on BT Sport ESPN at 10 a.m. to see what goes down in this week's semi-finals. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you then.